Chapter 641. The Holy Disciple is your servant. The dark poison lord faltered slightly upon hearing this before chortling with glee. Ha ha ha! You're about to die, and you're already playing dumb? You think the holy disciple of the blood tribe is someone you can talk about? And you say he's your servant? Ha ha ha! And Lin's words really did seem to be quite hilarious. In any case, the dark poison lord was laughing, and Lin couldn't be bothered to prove his words to the dark poison lord. He was going to let the dark poison lord laugh for as long as he could. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword and made a small cut on his arm. Blood stained the evil-slaying sword, making it appear even more sinister. The dark poison lord faltered slightly upon seeing this. How was it that Lin was able to pierce through the defenses that he had unleashed all of his power to no avail? Could it be that Lin was already able to control the intensity of his flesh and blood at will, and he had already reached a level where he could control his flesh and blood to the finest detail? Also, why was he staining his sword with blood? Could it be that he was going to unleash some kind of blood sacrifice spell technique? The dark poison lord's mind raced, and he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent as he focused his attention on Lin. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Now, it's time to purify your life force. A black mist began to emanate from his body, and his aura soared explosively, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the soul formation stage. The dark poison lord's expression shifted slightly as 8 poison dragons over 10,000 feet in length appeared beside him. They revolved in the air, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to crush heaven and earth. And Lin stepped forward, and his body instantly broke through the sound barrier as he pounced toward the dark poison lord. The dark poison lord didn't dare to get complacent, and he waved a hand through the air, upon which 3 poison dragons opened their massive, corrosive mouths before pouncing toward the oncoming white figure. And Lin's evil-slaying sword shuddered slightly, and boundless darkness instantly descended, plunging the entire heaven and earth into darkness. At the same time, everything fell silent, and all auras and senses were instantly stripped away. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. The dark poison lord felt death envelop his entire body in that instant, but he remained extremely calm as he instantly enveloped his remaining 5 poison dragons in a defensive barrier. However, right at this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet. At the same time, an extremely terrifying gravitational force instantly formed, as if it was going to suck in the entire world. Regardless of whether it was the air, the vital energy, the vast expanse of poisonous mist, or the dark poison lord's body, all of them were struck by an extremely fearsome gravitational force. It was like a deep black hole that could devour everything in the world. The dark poison lord and the black dragons around him both faltered. At this moment, a black figure broke through the poison dragon's cocoon at lightning speed before appearing behind the dark poison lord. The evil-slaying sword, which was stained with blood, slashed a massive gash into the dark poison lord's body, courting death. The dark poison lord was wounded again, and a strong sense of humiliation welled up in his heart. He began to retaliate with all his might, and the 8 poison dragons pounced toward Lin with unstoppable force. And Lin couldn't continue to maintain the abyss gravity. He opened his wings of wind and retreated frantically to avoid the poison dragon's attack. It doesn't matter how many times you injure me. You will be the one to lose in the end. The dark poison lord's sinister voice sounded from the depths of hell. 1 poison dragon after another caught up to Lin and bit at Lin relentlessly. However, Lin's body was like an indestructible diamond. No matter how the poison dragons bit at him, his body remained completely unscathed. My apologies. You're really weak, much weaker than even Merlin. However, I can still accept you as my underling. And Lin used his evil-slaying sword to slice through a poison dragon over 10,000 feet in length before speaking with a smile. You're still running your mouth when you're about to die. Let's see how long you can last. A vicious expression appeared on the dark poison lord's face, and his attacks became more and more ferocious. Aren't you curious why I smeared my blood on my sword? Your body has already been stained by my blood. You are about to be purified by my holy blood. And Lin spoke with a smug expression. He didn't even need to retaliate. All he had to do was evade the dark poison lord's attacks and wait for his blood to take effect. The dark poison lord chuckled coldly upon hearing Lin's words. Nonsense! He didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before he suddenly felt an unprecedented power coursing through his body. This power instantly swept through his entire body, bringing with it a destructive power. The dark poison lord's eyes widened as he clutched his chest with one hand. He stared at Lin with an agonized expression. What did you do to me? Nothing much. I told you, my blood has a purifying effect on you. And Lin held his evil-slaying sword in front of him as blood flowed down its blade. Now you will experience what it feels like to be reborn from destruction. The dark poison lord's breathing began to accelerate as a peculiar flush appeared on his face. He suddenly threw up a large mouthful of blood, and his body swayed before plummeting through the air. The poison mist dissipated, and at the same time, the dark poison lord's vitality began to wane. Boom! His body crashed heavily into the ground, and there was still a look of despair on his face. His mouth was still gaping wide open, but he was completely devoid of vitality, and Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this. He flew over to the dark poison lord's side and drew a sharp intake of breath as he stared at the pale, lifeless body of the dark poison lord. How did he die? He opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Where was the apothecary lord? Where was the purifying effect? How the F***ck did he become the poison lord? My blood is so bad ***s that it can even kill blood tribe return to void stage mighty figures. And Lin felt like his thoughts were in a mess and needed some time to sort them out. This scene was also witnessed by the students under Tina's protection. They saw Lin turn from offense to defense after wounding the dark poison lord, and then the dark poison lord's sudden death, upon which they all erupted into raucous cheers. The dark poison lord's vitality has suddenly been severed. Didn't Lin just use a spell technique similar to a bloodline curse? So powerful. As expected of the #1 student of the United University of Cultivation, he was even able to slay a return to void stage blood tribe mighty figure with a single sword strike. Being able to witness such a thrilling battle is the biggest reward for me during this end-of-semester examination. All of the students were discussing spiritedly among themselves. Tina withdrew her defensive spell technique upon seeing that all of the enemies had been slain before rushing over to Lin's side with Dabai. Big brother I didn't think you'd become so powerful. Riches and honor are mutually beneficial. Woof! Dabai rushed to Lin's side with an excited expression on his face. His big, black eyes were glowing with excitement, and he wore an adorable expression. Giant Lin, why did your blood kill this man? Shouldn't it be very satisfying to drink? Tina had seen Lin feed his blood to a blood tribe cultivator before, so she was quite perplexed. Tina voiced the question in Lin's mind. Wasn't my blood supposed to be very satisfying to drink? Why did it turn into poison? He made his way over to the dark poison lord and looked at the dark poison lord's pained and despairing expression. Even though his body was unscathed, his vitality had been completely severed, and he suddenly came to a realization. Wasn't this the same thing when he killed the spirit-nurturing stage blood kings and soul formation stage blood gods? Could it be that this dark poison lord was simply too weak? So weak that he was unable to withstand the purifying power of his blood? Holy F***ck! This return to void stage dark poison lord was way too weak. Chapter 642. and Lin felt like his conjecture was correct. The Dark Poison Lord was simply too weak. They were so weak that they couldn't even withstand the purifying power of his blood and began to collapse. However, was there really such a huge disparity between a normal return to void initial stage cultivator and a cultivator at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage? And Lin stroked his chin in deep thought. Merlin and Cassidy had ingested his holy blood when they were both at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. At that time, even though they were more powerful than the Dark Poison Lord, they wouldn't be much more powerful. He suddenly thought of another possibility, and his heart skipped a beat as he cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that I'm too strong?" Dabai was startled by Lin's sudden exclamation, and he rolled his eyes. "That's right, Big Brother, and is so strong. Speaking of which, you don't have to say it yourself, do you? You've lost all your dignity, woof." And Lin's lips twitched. He turned to look at his own body and said, "My body of the war god was only in its embryonic form, so Little Mai and the others could absorb my blood. However, my body of the war god has reached initial success stage, and the power contained within my blood has become even more powerful, so even returned to void stage mighty figures are unable to withstand it." He felt that the possibility of this was very high. After all, the changes in his body were the cause of the changes in his blood. As for the specifics, he felt that he had to find a few blood tribe mighty figures to test it out. He took the Dark Poison Lord's storage ring and destroyed the blood pond in the city of 10,000 swords. Then he flew toward the next target city with the students atop his brick. Within a heavenly palace in the core region of the Dark Marshlands continent, Layden was cultivating in silence. Not gaining the recognition of the blood ancestor and becoming the sacred son was a huge blow to him. However, his Tao heart was firm, and he immediately transformed his grief and indignation into motivation. He worked hard to cultivate in seclusion, and he strived to take that final step and break through to the Tao integration realm within 1,000 years. Crack! At this time, the sound of a command token shattering came from the main hall. Layden's eyes opened as shock and rage appeared on his face. The Dark Poison Lord is dead? And he died in the Dark Poison realm near the Kingdom of the Nine States? Was it done by the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States? Or was it done by the Celestial Court? The Dark Poison Lord was one of Layden's core subordinates, and he couldn't just ignore his sudden death. The Dark Poison Lord was a return to void stage blood tribe mighty figure with extremely powerful life force. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he would still be able to escape. To be able to slay him in the Dark Marshlands, his opponent had to be extremely powerful and had to have mobilized multiple return to void stage mighty figures or return to void final stage super mighty figures. Therefore, it was most likely the Heavenly Court or the 4 major sects who could do this. Dark Poison Lord, I'll definitely avenge you. Layden's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened. Like he, was that he that? Was, and that he, Poison Lord, that he that, a god. It's son. Demon. In heaven and heaven, dynasty king that, dynasty realm, the dynasty, the entire world turned into a hell of lightning. Tens of thousands of vampires were blasted to death by the lightning, and not a single one of them could escape. At the very top of the dark clouds, a black dragon that was thousands of feet long and had a metallic luster all over its body stretched its head out and appeared in the world. A terrifying pressure engulfed the entire city as if a divine dragon had descended into the world. He yawned. There's no one who can fight. This is already the 3rd city. Also, why are they so slow? Forget about the others. Master is so strong. Why hasn't he conquered the 2nd city after so long? 5 teams, 13 cities. Xiaoza had already destroyed the 3rd city, but he still hadn't seen any signs of the other teams. It was clear that they hadn't even conquered the 2nd city. Could he have met with some sort of trouble? Xiaoza was taken aback at first, but then he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. No one is contacting me. through my voice transmission talisman. They must be trying to train the students, so they're a little slow. As a mobile member, as long as there was trouble, he could cross space and rush over as fast as he could. Even if a student encountered a return to Void Stage Powerhouse, he could instantly rush over to help. Forget it, I'll leave some for them. Xiaoza transformed into a cute young man and began to meditate in the air. Not long after that, he saw Lin flying toward him atop his brick. Huh? Little Xiao, you've already conquered this city? And Lin asked with a surprised expression. Master. Xiaoza greeted him with a wide grin. Not only this city, but I've also conquered the 2 cities behind it. And Lin nodded with a gratified expression. Thank you for your hard work. I just killed a blood tribe returned to Void Stage Mighty Figure, so I was delayed for a while. Haha, it's fine, Master, I understand. Xiaoza nodded with an indifferent expression, and Lin's face convulsed slightly. My disciple, where's your astonishment? Why are you acting so matter-of-factly? How am I supposed to flex in front of you when you're like this? As Xiaoza's master, and Lin was still feeling a little guilty. Hence, he wanted to prove himself through some accomplishments, so that his disciple would revere him and maintain his dignity as a master. But now it looked like his accomplishments weren't enough to shock his disciple. Not long after that, Su Xiaolan also arrived. She was hoisting a group of students behind her using a cloud and mist spell technique, and there was an expression of excitement on her face. It was clear that she had enjoyed the battle just then. Xiaolan, I just killed a blood tribe return to Void Stage Mighty Figure in a one-on-one battle. And Lin's eyes lit up as he spoke with a smug expression. Su Xiaolan's eyes roamed over in Lin's body as she asked in a pleasant voice, Are you hurt anywhere? No. A mere return to Void Stage blood tribe return to Void Stage can't do anything to me. And Lin puffed out his chest with a smug expression. The wound that he had sliced open by himself had already been healed by the evergreen technique. Oh, Su Xiaolan nodded before sorting through the storage rings that she had plundered. And Lin, Su Xiaolan raised her head, and she seemed to have noticed Lin's eager-to-praise expression. Her brows perked up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. And Lin, you're the best. You even defeated a return to Void Stage blood tribe return to Void Stage. And Lin, you flatter me. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. For some reason, he wanted Xiaolan to praise him, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy after being praised. He soon came to a realization. It had to be because Su Xiaolan wasn't shocked. Not long after that, the team led by the Flying Sword God and Xiao Cho also returned. They were all in good spirits, and even though there were some injuries on their team, none of them had perished. This was already the best result they could hope for. Not long after that, the team led by Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qinyan also returned, and Lin's eyes widened upon seeing their team, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath. He was astonished. Chapter 643. Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qinyan returned with a group of students, but they were in extremely sorry states. It wasn't that they were severely injured, but rather that they were in extremely sorry states. Most of the students' clothes had been reduced to rags, and their faces were black and charred. Those who didn't know them would think that they were beggar sect disciples. And Lin immediately understood what was going on. Big Brother Cheng, did you use your nuclear bomb domain again? What nuclear bomb domain? I used my myriad spirit, Tai Chi Yin Yang coexistence domain. Xianyuan Cheng replied with a serious expression. Su Qianyan pouted with a resentful expression. I didn't see Yin, I only saw Yang. All the students chimed in agreement. It was obvious that they had suffered greatly. Xianyuan Cheng blushed as he said in a low voice, My enemy was a soul formation final stage cultivator. He was too powerful, so I couldn't help but use my domain. It was quite clear that the unlucky blood tribe cultivator had been blasted to death by Xianyuan Cheng's nuclear bomb domain. It was a pity that Su Qianyin was as beautiful as a flower, but she now looked like a little black cat. And Lin pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of these adorable students as a souvenir. Xianyuan Cheng's handsome, dark-skinned face was tinged with guilt and embarrassment. Su Qianyun's adorable, dark-skinned eyes. But there was a hint of bitterness on her face, and her classmates' expressions of class rep, "I was wrong about you," all froze in the frame. He put away his phone with a joyful expression. It would definitely be very interesting to look at these photos and reminisce about these events in the future, right? The homeroom teacher was ecstatic to see all of the students return safely. It was very normal for casualties to occur in a battle between the cultivators of the Celestial Court and the Blood Tribe. However, this group of students had minimized the number of casualties and none of them had perished. This was extremely unimaginable. It could be said that they had secured a resounding victory in this battle. Everyone returned to Yellow Spring City, and the Flying Sword God reported the results of Class 1 to the Celestial Court Executive Department of the Dark Marshlands. The report this time had given the Celestial Court's Executive Department quite a scare. What? There were a total of 14 major cities of the Blood Race within 500 kilometers of Yellow Spring City, and all of them had been destroyed. The number of students who died was 0, and Lin had even killed the Dark Poison Lord who ruled over an entire territory. The staff of the Celestial Court's Executive Department looked up at the sky. Was this something that a class from Xiuxian United University could do? Most of them had graduated from the United University of Cultivation as well, so they were all looking at these newbies from the perspective of seniors in the Dark Marshlands. Only now did he realize that this was no newbie at all. It was a ferocious and powerful prehistoric beast. This group of students had cleanly wiped out the forces of 14 major blood tribe cities and even killed a blood tribe mighty figure. As seniors, they suddenly felt that they didn't know how to face this group of junior brothers and sisters. Sigh, "I'm such a lazy bum." A man from the executive department sighed with emotion after looking at the battle report for a long while. Thinking about it from another perspective, it's actually not a bad thing. Our work has become a lot easier with their arrival. At the very least, we can relax for a while. A woman in a red dress chimed in with a faint smile. "I've heard that there's a class of supremely talented students in our university, and I've finally seen what they're capable of now." A muscular man grinned, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. "We can't get complacent yet. The destruction of the city isn't a big deal, but we've lost a return to Void Stage Blood Tribe mighty figure. So we have to be wary of the vengeance of the other Blood Tribe mighty figures." A handsome man with skin as fair as jade and pink rouge on his lips spoke as he waved his fan. "I know, Department Head Chin. I'll tell everyone else to be more vigilant." The woman in the red dress waved a hand with a nonchalant expression. "Yang Rualing, don't you know Lin? What do you think of him?" The seductive man asked. "Him? I've only seen him when I first entered the ancient Tai Chu realm. In any case, he's a super backdoor entrant. I'm going to have to rely on him if I want to become the palace leader of the Flower Palace in the future." The woman in the red dress replied with a smile. The man's expression darkened. "Be serious." Yang Rualing pursed her lips. "He's very powerful, and he seems to have his own unique inheritance. He also has a lot of trump cards and all types of powerful forces that he can rely on. In any case, as long as he's not up against super mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage or Dao Integration Stage, he should be able to handle everything. Also, Department Head, don't count on Lin to come to our executive department. He's most likely going to stay at the main department in the future." The man was not displeased in the slightest upon hearing this. Instead, a gratified smile appeared on his face. "I'm very happy to have someone like him in the Celestial Court, seeing as he already has the ability to handle the vast majority of situations. Let's focus on the other cities." In Huangquan City, the city lord held a lavish banquet to celebrate the triumphant return of all the students. On this day, the entire city erupted into a joyous celebration after the residents received the news. All of the nearby enemies had been wiped out, and even the blood tribe cultivators had been killed. How could the residents not be elated? This day was even livelier than the New Year. Their class mission was to assist the soldiers of Huangquan City in battling the blood tribe. Now, all of the blood tribe forces within a 500-kilometer radius had been wiped out, and the soldiers of Huangquan City didn't even have a chance to fight. Even Enlin and the others didn't know what to do next. The mission had been completed over the limit, and they were invincible within a 500-kilometer radius. Some of the blood tribe city lords who had participated in the holy disciple selection returned to the cities they were stationed in, and their hearts raced as they looked at the ruins. The blood tribe's divine palace of life was the most powerful force that protected the entire dark marshlands continent. It was somewhat similar to the celestial court in the kingdom of the 9 states. For example, Emperor Yideng, the previous holy disciple, Emperor Meng, Emperor Fu Tian, and Empress Helen were the 4 most powerful emperors in the divine palace of life, and they were responsible for ruling over the entire dark marshlands. The city lords reported the destruction of 14 cities to the divine palace of life. As for how to deal with the aftermath, that was not up to the city lords to decide. The blood ponds had been destroyed, and even if they wanted to rebuild their cities, it would take at least a few years to over a decade. If it weren't for the fact that the humans of the kingdom of the 9 states were extremely disdainful of the filthy land of the blood tribe, perhaps the kingdom of the 9 states would be able to expand even further. After a brief period of celebration, the cities on the border of the kingdom of the 9 states entered a state of alert again. At the same time, at the central region of the dark marshlands, a man standing on auspicious clouds with an otherworldly aura, floating like a celestial, received a piece of news. Oh, 14 cities in the dark poison realm have been destroyed, and even the dark poison lord has died. There doesn't seem to be any powerful beings from the celestial court who are powerful enough to kill the dark poison lord in the dark poison realm. This is getting interesting. A faint smile appeared on the man's face, and his eyes were as crimson as a demonic beast's, which was a stark contrast to his ethereal disposition. Layden is already on his way. Daisy, you should go and have a look as well. There's no need to interfere. Just observe from the shadows. Yes, Emperor Fu Tian, a beautiful woman with short golden hair, stepped out from the cloud and mist. She bowed to the man before disappearing into the cloud and mist again. Chapter 644. Huangquan City. The mission of the first class of students was to cooperate with the soldiers in the city to defend against the blood tribe. Now that all of the blood tribe in a radius of over 500 kilometers had been wiped out, all they could do was stand on the city wall and stare blankly at nothing. Some students suggested pushing the front line toward the dark marshlands, but all of these suggestions were vetoed by the flying sword god. The blood tribe had already realized that they could be ambushed if they attacked recklessly. Some of the neighboring cities had also benefited from their previous battle. Many of the students had been forced to slack off as well. They stared blankly at the vast and empty continent, not knowing what to do. In the past, there would still be a few blood tribe scouts, but now there weren't even any mosquitoes to be seen. And Lin had set up a table of mahjong atop the city wall, and he was currently playing the game. He left the scouting on the city wall to his disciple. Xiao Zhe was a powerful being at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage anyway, and his divine sense was comparable to that of a first-rate sect, so it was safest for him to stay here. Bam! F***CK. Su Xiaolan waved a hand outward with a dainty smile. That's it. Every word is the same. And Lin, Dabai, and Shen Yuancheng all heaved forlorn sighs. Xiao Cho handed over 8 stuffed buns, ignored by Dabai to Xiaolan as his spoils of war. All of the spectating students stared at Enlin and the others with scorching light in their eyes. They also wanted to play mahjong like this. Tui. They also wanted to play stuffed buns like this. Wrong, that's what it meant. 100 steamers meant 1,000 stuffed buns in total, which was enough for them to play for an entire day. And Lin saw a hint of yearning in Su Qinyun's dreamy eyes, and he immediately relinquished his seat. Come on, you can play as well. Huh, can I really play? But I don't really know how to play. Su Qinyun was a little hesitant as she looked at the mahjong on the table with a hint of curiosity mixed with nervousness. Sure, you can just lose a bit more. And Lin smiled. Just like that, and Lin gave his seat to Su Qinyun. Then Su Qinyun perfectly fulfilled in Lin's words and lost a little more. Some of the spectating students saw the 4 players playing mahjong on the table, and they had a rough idea of how they were going to play. They used a spell technique to create a bunch of mahjong tiles and began to play as well. However, the stakes weren't as high as to buy Ignore steamed bun, and they were only betting on some spirit stones and pills. Gradually, a wave of mahjong became popular on the city wall. After the Flying Sword God and city, Lord Cheng Fei finished their business. They walked up the stairs and headed towards the stronghold. Haha, fellow Taoist Ling Shao, your student is really a dragon among men, a proud son of heaven. Such responsible and powerful students are like the dazzling new stars of the celestial court. Their radiance will definitely illuminate the entire kingdom of the 9 states in the future. City Lord Cheng Fei praised loudly with a smile on his face. The Flying Sword God was very proud of himself, but he still maintained a modest expression. You're too kind, fellow Taoist Cheng Fei. They're only average and outstanding. They still have a long way to go. Your soldiers are well trained and are the elite soldiers of the state. I observed your soldiers' training before and found that they are extremely proficient in the use of joint spell formations. Their morale and battle intent are all one and the same, which is truly admirable. It's exactly because of your protection that the kingdom of the 9 states is not invaded. The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries as they walked out of the circular gate and appeared on the city wall. Then, both of them were stunned by the scene that unfolded before them. Crackle, crackle, crackle. I touch. Haha, I'll screw you. I lose it. I throw it. I touch again. I win. Tui, you're cheating. Do you know how to play? On the city wall, the students set up tables and began to play mahjong. Of course, there was also a small group of students who silently gathered together to play landlord. The scene was so beautiful that the Flying Sword God couldn't even imagine it. Even City Lord Cheng Fei's lips twitched. He had just been praising the students with all his might just a moment ago, but this joyous mahjong scene on top of the city wall made his face burn with embarrassment. Although the Flying Sword God's mood fluctuated and his gaze shifted elsewhere from time to time, at the very least he still stuck to his post. On this point, the students were completely outclassed. Thankfully, his performance just then was a bit more modest, and he didn't directly respond to the city lord's praise. Otherwise, he would have been completely humiliated by these students. However, thinking about it, these students were only around 20 years of age and had spent most of their time cultivating. They had never gone through the military-style training of the military, so their mental state and discipline were still quite lacking compared to the soldiers. Thus, it was understandable that this would happen. Ahem, students, what are you all doing? The Flying Sword God braced himself and spoke in a loud voice. Bang! I'll screw you! Ha ha! The Flying Sword God's flesh crawled, and he was just about to flare up. At this moment, a student raised his hand and reported, Homeroom teacher, we're playing mahjong. The Flying Sword God's face convulsed. What the F***CK is this? I'm asking you what you're doing because I'm condemning what you're doing, not actually asking you what you're doing. Did all of you cultivate to the point that there was something wrong with your brains? Some students understood the meaning behind the homeroom teacher's words, and they offered an explanation. Senior Xiaoze is responsible for the safety of Huangquan City, and his divine sense is extremely powerful. If he can't find us, then we definitely won't be able to either, so why don't we do something else? The flying sword god faltered upon hearing this, and he sighed with emotion in his heart. That sounded quite reasonable. Could it be that his excuse for scolding the students was also gone as well? He turned his gaze toward a certain spot on top of the city wall, where a handsome young man in black sat with his legs crossed. His eyes were tightly shut, and he seemed to be in a certain state. That young man was none other than Xiaoza, who was responsible for the safety of Huangquan City. The flying sword god felt like Xiaoza's condition was a little strange. Why was his body swaying slightly? He made his way over to discover that there was still a translucent liquid hanging from the corner of Xiaoza's lips, and his body was swaying unconsciously in the wind. This, the flying sword god's chest constricted, and he roared with rage in his heart. Was this really AF * King City Guard? Are you sure he's not sleeping? My God, these students must have gotten a little too full of themselves. The flying sword god felt like it was time for him to teach his students the right outlook on their profession, cultivation, and values. And Lin made his way over to Tina, who had her eyes closed, as if she were meditating. And Lin extended a finger and poked the fairy's delicate face. It was soft and bouncy to the touch, as if it were an egg that had just been peeled off its shell. Tina slowly woke up, and her gem-like eyes stared at Lin, blinking in an extremely mesmerizing manner. How's the divine mirror world? And Lin asked. The divine mirror world was a name that Lin and Tina had decided on after some discussion. It implied that the gods had created this mirror world with Qi Lu City of the ancient Tai Chu realm as the foundation. A peculiar expression appeared on Tina's face as she extended a slender finger and pointed it toward Lin's forehead. See for yourself. Chapter 645. And Lin appeared in the air above Qi Lu City, and an expression of surprise and elation appeared on his face as he looked down at the city that was gradually becoming more and more prosperous. Not bad. There are over 1,000 people now, right? They've all become a small tribe now. He saw the familiar faces of Adam and Eve. These two primordial humans were blessed by the heavens, and their appearances were even younger than their children's, as if they would never age. He then looked at their 9 children, as well as the next generation and the generation after that. All of them were aging rather slowly due to the fact that they were cultivating. If it weren't for Tina's introduction, he really wouldn't have been able to tell who was the grandfather and who was the grandson. There are a total of 5 generations, and they've developed into a small tribe of over 1,000 people. From the energy fluctuations within their bodies, I can tell that almost all of them are cultivating. Adam and Eve have even reached the pinnacle of the Tao body stage. Furthermore, the system of the city is also gradually becoming more and more complete. This is extremely fast, and Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. The human-sized version of Tina shook her head. No, Giant and Lin, you think it's fast, but it's actually been over 100 years. After such a long time, it's actually quite normal for things to develop to this point. She then pointed a finger in a certain direction, where 2 children were playing with fish by the pond. Their crisp, pleasant laughter reverberated throughout the pond. Guess who they are? And Lin looked at the 2 children and was struck by an indescribable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. Who are they? He asked curiously. Haha, they're LV Cheng and Luo Cheng. They're the 2 red-robed elderly men who guard Qi Lu City, Tina said with a smile. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her fair and tender face, making her appear particularly bright and adorable, and Lin immediately came to his senses upon hearing this. So it's them. One's tall and skinny, the other's short and chubby. Their facial features are so similar. He turned to Tina with a surprised expression. What do you mean by their LV Cheng and Luo Cheng? Tina explained, they're not accepted by the heaven and earth of the ancient Tai Chu realm, but my world can take them in and fuse their souls with the existence of this world, thereby allowing them to live on as brand new lives. They are outsiders. Will it really be okay? And Lin asked worriedly, "It's all right. Chi Lu City is split into two sides, so I'm just taking them to the other side of the mirror to continue living. Next, I'm going to settle all of the souls in Chi Lu City into this world." Tina's expression was filled with determination and relief, and Lin knew that Tina had already made up her mind on this matter. So he didn't say anything more and just waited for things to develop. This was the first time a living being from the outside world had fused with this world. Judging from the current situation, Tina was doing quite well, and Lin couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Oh, by the way, what happened to the spirit-engulfing beasts in this world?" And Lin suddenly asked. A peculiar expression appeared on Tina's face again. It appeared that the spirit-engulfing beast was the reason why she had that expression on her face. This scene made Lin even more curious. Spirit-engulfing beasts, take a look for yourself. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh as she waved a hand through the air. Several hundred screens appeared in the air, all of which were images of the spirit-engulfing beasts. And Lin's lips twitched upon seeing the images. Why are they all in cages? That's right. All of the spirit-engulfing beasts were locked in cages. Some of them were cages constructed from all types of magic tools, while others were cages constructed from all types of ceiling formations. Their inky black bodies were trembling slightly in the cages, but they were howling at the top of their lungs. "I want to eat brains." The images were extremely gruesome and tragic. And Lin, what the F***CK? Was this the treatment given to the world's villains? Are there no other spirit-engulfing beasts? Have they all been captured? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Tina massaged her brows with a resigned expression. Aside from the ones that are already dead, all of them have been captured, and Lin's lips twitched with a perplexed expression. How could this be? Aside from the fact that the spirit-engulfing beasts are a little lacking in intelligence, they're all top-notch in every aspect. How did they end up in such a miserable state? Perhaps it's not just that their intelligence is a little lacking. It's just that their intelligence is way too low. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh. The spirit-engulfing beasts had the upper hand in the beginning. They were naturally very sensitive to highly intelligent living beings, and were able to pinpoint the locations of those living beings. Then they would use their powerful bodies to tear those living beings apart in the wilderness before devouring them. These terrifying outsiders brought nightmarish experiences to all of the highly intelligent living beings on this continent. Many living beings were so scared that they didn't even dare to venture out at night. It was exactly because of these terrifying enemies that all of the tribes put aside their differences and worked together to defend against these outsiders. After that, all of the major tribes discovered that even though the spirit-engulfing beasts were extremely ferocious and violent, and their powers would increase after consuming highly intelligent living beings, they had a fatal flaw, which was that they would become extremely excited upon discovering highly intelligent living beings. Furthermore, they had a strong ability to sense highly intelligent living beings. All of the powerful beings used this to their advantage and set up all types of powerful spell formations to lure the spirit-engulfing beasts before setting up all types of powerful ambushes at predetermined locations. All of the powerful beings used this to their advantage and began to turn the tables on the spirit-engulfing beasts. And Lin understood what Tina was talking about. This was what it meant to pull aggro. The powerful senses of the spirit-engulfing beasts were the most beneficial factors in pulling aggro. How should he put it? Powerful senses were actually an advantage. But when paired with the fact that they would become extremely excited at the sight of a brain, it instantly became a fatal flaw. Tina shook her head with a disappointed expression. Jian and Lin, you said that dinosaurs weren't as smart as these powerful beings. They were able to instinctively avoid provoking these powerful beings, which was why they were still active in remote areas. However, the spirit-engulfing beasts only knew how to fight with their lives on the line. Even a god wouldn't be able to save them from this suicidal behavior. Sigh, It's actually within my expectations that these spirit-engulfing beasts would go extinct. That spatial gate has already been sealed by the most powerful beings of the 9 tribes, and all of the living spirit-engulfing beasts have been reduced to lab rats. This war ended in less than 100 years. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh at the end of her sentence, and Lynn forced a smile onto his face. The first type of antagonists in this world are so pitiful. They can be called the dumbest antagonists in history. I feel like we're the ones who are lacking in intelligence after designing these antagonists, Tina chimed in. And Lynn, let's not expose the truth. He had initially wanted to divert Tina's attention, but he didn't think that Tina would be able to spot the truth with just a few words. That's right, the idiot god and the retarded advisor had to take the blame for this. Chapter 646. And Lynn heaved a resigned sigh as he looked at the spirit-engulfing beasts being tortured and researched in a cage with a pained expression. What do we do then? Do it again. Tina placed her hands on her hips and harumphed with indignation. These 9 tribes really don't sit around doing nothing. We've only just taken care of the spirit-engulfing beasts, and they're already at odds with each other again. It seems like they're going to be very uncomfortable if they don't do something. Recently, the Dark Wing tribe discovered Chi Lu City and turned their attention to the human race, saying that the human race is an inferior race to them and wants to enslave the human race. Inferior? How did the Dark Wing tribe come to this conclusion? And Lynn was quite surprised. They say that humans look similar to them, but humans don't have wings. I have wings, but you don't. A race with its own flaws can't even fly into the sky. So of course it's an inferior race. Tina chuckled, and Lynn, he had nothing to say about this kind of inference. If it weren't for the fact that I've restricted the Dark Wing tribe's power in secret, thereby weakening them as soon as they enter human territory, the human race really would have been enslaved. Tina pursed her lips as she spoke. It was clear that she was extremely displeased with the Dark Wing tribe's arrogant way of thinking. The human race was an inferior race to them? Didn't they know how bad SS the humans on the Tai Chu continent were? Even her master, Jian and Lin, was a human, so didn't that mean God was an inferior race to them? Tina almost couldn't help but give the Darkwing tribe a hard time, but she repressed that urge in the end. The meaning of Tina's words was very clear. She wanted to do it again. The 9 tribes were like children that she had raised. As opposed to having them fight among themselves, it was better for them to grow as they fought against the foreign tribes. This time, she had to create the perfect antagonist and create an epic war to protect the realm. She wanted the 9 great clans and the human race to rise in this crisis, to create a prosperous era, and to wipe away the shame they had suffered. But then again, how do you create a good villain? Tina stared at Lynn with a perplexed expression, and she blinked her bright and dazzling gem-like eyes, clearly waiting for Lynn's opinion. And Lynn turned to Tina with a pained expression. To be honest, it's really hard to think of a villain who can't keep up with intelligence, but is also powerful enough to protect the divine mirror world. He thought for a moment before suggesting, how about we create a type of antagonist that's similar to locusts? They can survive through photosynthesis, feed on the blood of highly intelligent life forms, and have extremely strong reproductive abilities. If we don't rely on quality to win, are we going to rely on numbers to deal with the 9 superclans? What a terrible image, Tina said with a hint of disdain. The corner of Lynn's mouth twitched a little. High class? So many requirements. All of a sudden, an idea flashed through his mind, and he thought of a high-class villain model. Hey, little Na, we can create some monsters that can use the power of laws. For example, a sickle monster that is guaranteed to die in 3 strikes, a flame monster that can only be damaged by powerful water-type spell techniques, a ghostly monster that can only be detected by sight at night, a grim reaper monster that loses a percentage of its health within a 10-meter radius. Tina's eyes lit up before dimming as she shook her head with a regretful expression. I can't do that with my current level of power. I can't do that with my current level of power, and Lynn faltered slightly upon hearing this. Even weaker laws won't work. Laws are laws. The power they represent has already transcended beyond normal energy and is of a higher level. There's no such thing as strong or weak laws. Tina's voice was like a fountain hitting a piece of jade. For example, a person with the power of laws can kill all humans with the name of Little Ming. That power is pretty useless, right? And Lynn nodded. There aren't many people with the name of Little Ming in this day and age, so it's indeed quite useless. Tina chuckled. Then there's another person who can change everyone's name to Little Ming. That power of laws doesn't seem to be very useful either, right? And Lynn nodded. That's the power of jokes, right? A thought then seemed to have occurred to him, and his pupils contracted. Tina continued. Then what happens when these two people encounter each other? And Lynn had already thought of this, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. That's how destructive it would be. That's why the power of laws doesn't actually have a difference in power. It represents a power that transcends beyond the level of energy, and if used well, it would be invincible. However, if this power is used recklessly, it could very well cause chaos in this world or even unimaginable disasters. Hence, I should be more cautious. I'll try to use the power of laws when I'm powerful enough. A hint of solemnity appeared on Tina's face as she spoke about this power, clearly indicating that she was taking this very seriously. And Lynn could understand her reasoning after hearing this. However, it would be quite difficult to create villains that would be cool. No matter how hard one tried to create villains with low IQ, they wouldn't be cool at all. And Lynn and Tina both wore gloomy expressions. They always had a feeling that they could elevate a certain creature's abilities to an extremely bad *SS level, only to have it turn out to be a retard. With that in mind, they were in no mood to do anything else. The trauma of the spirit-engulfing beasts was still lingering in their hearts. And Lynn suddenly clapped his hands together. I think there's another way, and that's to redeem the spirit-engulfing beasts. What do you mean? Tina was a little perplexed, and Lynn replied, Didn't the spirit-engulfing beasts lose because they don't have brains? Tina's expression darkened. It's not that they don't have brains. It's just that they're not smart enough. It's the same. It's a retard anyway, and dinosaurs are also retards. Why can dinosaurs live but not spirit-engulfing beasts? What I'm saying is, and Lynn paused momentarily before continuing, so what if the spirit-engulfing beasts don't have brains? We can just transform them into extremely powerful killing machines. Is there a difference? Tina was still perplexed. There is. We've made them very powerful to begin with, and they specialize in hunting highly intelligent life forms in order to increase their own power. However, their detection of highly intelligent life forms is rather weak, so they won't mindlessly pounce on them. Instead, they roam around the continent and are extremely elusive and have extremely powerful concealment abilities. In this way, it won't be easy for us to set traps and ambushes on them. The 9 tribes bait plan won't work then, and it'll be very difficult to track them down. Perhaps the 9 tribes will just go out to hunt, and the monsters will suddenly pounce on them. No matter where they are, there will always be danger. Wouldn't these nightmarish monsters be a great motivator for highly intelligent life forms to work hard in their cultivation, and in a very powerful way? And Lynn spoke with excitement. Tina's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's a great idea. Let's give it a try. As for why the two of them still chose the spirit-engulfing beasts, that was probably due to some sort of obsession. They wanted to get back up from where they had fallen. Hopefully, the second generation of spirit-engulfing beasts would be able to rid them of their titles of stupid god of creation and retarded advisor. Chapter 647. Thus, in the southern region of the divine mirror world, a gargantuan spatial gate suddenly appeared. The second generation spirit-engulfing beasts began to pour out from the spatial gate. They were no longer yelling, "I want to eat brains." Instead, they were muttering the word revenge. Their auras were subdued like ghosts, but they also possessed the vigilance of wild beasts. They slowly disappeared into the darkness, and they really did look like hunters of darkness. And Lynn and Tina stared at the second-generation, spirit-engulfing beasts with satisfaction. Villains like these were definitely going to be a nightmarish experience for the 9 tribes. Tina had modified the original spirit-engulfing beasts, so the energy expended was much less than when she had created a creature out of thin air. Hence, she still had enough energy to accelerate the flow of time. The first dimensional gate that symbolized the humiliation of the villains began to collapse. This event symbolized the true victory of the 9 great clans against the foreign invasion. All the races rejoiced, and many historians began to write heroic epics of this battle, making the heroes of some races immortalized in history. However, this joy did not last for long before a new crisis began to befall them. In the beginning, some hunters who ventured deep into the forest of mutant beasts mysteriously disappeared, and some powerful beings who ventured out of their territory never returned. As time went on, similar incidents began to occur more and more frequently. In the end, a powerful being of the Holy Martial clan returned, creating a massive stir across the entire continent. He encountered an extremely powerful inky black creature beside a spirit lake. The creature's aura was subdued, but its speed and power were extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the powerful being's cultivation base was at the spirit-nurturing pinnacle stage, he would most likely have been killed. In the end, after an intense battle, the Holy Martial clan powerful being was able to subdue the black creature before transporting it back to the city. This was a creature that they were very familiar with, the spirit-engulfing beasts. The spirit-engulfing beasts had returned. This piece of news swept through the 9 tribes like a massive storm, and even the humans who had some ties with the 9 tribes had heard about it. The spirit-engulfing beasts had become more powerful, and they were no longer so stupid. They wouldn't blindly lunge at the place where there were more intelligent creatures. They chose to hide in the wilderness, at the bottom of the ocean, and in the clouds and mist in the sky, waiting for an opportunity to strike. All of a sudden, a huge sense of danger loomed over the heads of the 9 great clans. They seemed to have been stimulated by something and were rejuvenated with energy and fighting spirit. One by one, they began to form a crusade team. They were determined to exterminate these resurrected monsters. Battles broke out one after another on the outskirts of the faction. Roar! A tiger-shaped, spirit-engulfing beast suddenly leaped down from a certain tree before pouncing toward a team of humanoid snakes. "Be careful!" A man shouted and pushed his hands towards the black tiger body that was pouncing towards him. Blazing flames spurted out. The tiger-shaped, spirit-engulfing beast suddenly spread open its wings, and it arced through the air to evade the man's flame attack. At this moment, the other 4 snake spirit clan members on the ground also hurled spell techniques toward the flying tiger. The leaves rustled in the wind. A twisted and deep black shadow slowly appeared in the forest. It was a 6-tailed fox. While the flying tiger was distracting it, it slowly approached the team. Its 6 tails were as sharp as spears, and they suddenly elongated before puncturing the chests of 5 snake spirit clan powerful beings. During the night, a fire raven with crimson flames burning all over its body landed on the top of a tree. The temperature of the flames wasn't very high. Instead, it was quite warm and didn't burn the leaves of the tree even after coming into contact with them. It was just about to close its eyes to rest when a huge black python enshrouded in shadows suddenly shot forth like a cannonball before opening its cavernous mouth. A disdainful smile appeared on the fire raven's face as it spread open its wings and flew into the sky, evading the python's attack. So what if the spirit-engulfing beast was powerful? It could fly, so it had plenty of time to take care of the spirit-engulfing beast hanging from the tree. Just as this thought was running through its mind, a mist of blood suddenly erupted from its chest. A sense of impending doom engulfed the fire raven's entire body, and it sensed an extremely terrifying aura behind it. A spirit-engulfing beast with a pair of wings on its back plunged a spear into the fire raven's chest before absorbing its life force relentlessly. Blood spread, and so did the horror. Perhaps it was because the first generation of spirit-engulfing beasts were too stupid, but the 9 tribes didn't actually take this incident very seriously. They merely treated it as a rebirth of the spirit-engulfing beasts. However, they began to discover that the spirit-engulfing beasts that had appeared this time were far more terrifying than they had imagined. The team that didn't have a spirit-nurturing stage, powerful being among their ranks, would be completely annihilated if they encountered the spirit-engulfing beasts. After a period of battle, the team was completely routed, and they quickly began to retreat. Many of the hot-blooded cultivators silently returned to their cities. They wanted to do great things and become heroes, but the countless bloody battles that had taken place reminded them that if they didn't have a good grasp of their own power, they would die very quickly. The appearance of the spirit-engulfing beasts and the devastating battles that had taken place had made the 9 tribes realize that they were not powerful enough to control the entire continent. If they wanted to survive, they had to become more powerful. The battle between the 9 tribes and the spirit-engulfing beasts continued. However, their battles were becoming more and more elite. The weak had no right to participate as they discovered that the spirit-engulfing beasts could become more powerful by devouring life forms. Thus, they slowly expanded their territory before constructing walls. "There's going to be a major change in heaven and earth soon," Tina suddenly said, and Lin's interest was piqued, and he started to look forward to what was to come. One day, a top-tier team of the true demon tribe was surrounded by several dozen spirit-engulfing beasts on a black mountain. There were spirit-devouring beasts that could fly in the sky, as well as ferocious spirit-devouring beasts that were on the ground. The 5 spirit-nurturing stage true demons used a spell formation to defend against the relentless onslaught of attacks, and they were on the verge of defeat. "Team leader, you have to run. We'll carve an opening for you, even if it costs us our lives." A true demon spoke with a determined expression. The team leader remained silent as death approached. The black mist domain around his body transformed into a black dragon that revolved around the spell formation to defend against the spirit-engulfing beast's attacks. The team leader suddenly sat down to meditate upon hearing his team members' words. Wind and clouds suddenly began to surge around him. Dark clouds suddenly appeared within a radius of 1.5 kilometers. Lightning crackled, and vital energy surged violently. What was going on? All of the team members were astonished. Could it be team leader? One of the team members stared at their team leader with incredulity on his face. All of the team members drew a sharp intake of breath. Was their team leader finally going to take the step that no one had been able to take? And Lin also became excited upon seeing this. This is tribulation transcendence. Is this world finally going to give birth to a true soul formation stage cultivator? A smile appeared on Tina's face. Tribulation transcendence. This is proof that a certain level of life is not tolerated by heaven and earth, so divine punishment must fall. If a living being successfully transcends the tribulation and gives birth to a powerful being, then this world can progress to a higher level. This is the natural law of the world, and it's a win-win situation. And Lin nodded as he looked at the true demon with anticipation on his face. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly fell upon the true demon's body, causing his entire body to tremble violently. All of the team members had no idea what tribulation transcendence looked like, and their expressions shifted drastically as they looked up into the sky. What kind of freak is this? How dare you ambush our team leader? Show yourself. And Lin. Chapter 648. The team leader immediately intervened, just as the team members were about to charge into the sky to fight the lightning. Stop! Just keep the spirit-engulfing beasts at bay. I can sense that the lightning in the sky is a test that I must undergo in order to make my breakthrough. Their team leader held a lot of authority in their hearts, so all of the team members obediently chose not to interfere. Instead, they set up a spell formation to defend themselves against the attacks of the spirit-engulfing beasts. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and dazzling bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking the true demon, Captain's body. The true demon team leader used his own power to defend himself against the corrosion of the lightning. But even so, his body was slowly becoming charred black, and he was showing signs of succumbing to the lightning. Little Na, is there a total of 49 bolts of soul formation stage lightning in this world? And Lin stroked his chin as he asked. Tina shook her head awkwardly. I'm not sure. This is a natural reaction of the world, so I don't know how many bolts of lightning there will be. In reality, 40 bolts of lightning had already struck the true demon team leader as she spoke. Boom! An extremely thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky before striking the true demon team leader's head. The true demon team leader's face was charred black, and his eyes rolled over into the back of his head as black smoke wafted from his mouth. Team leader! All of the team members let loose cries of surprise. Some of the team members had tears streaming down their faces. Wah! Team leader, how did you die? Team leader was killed by lightning. It's over, it's all over. Some of the team members spoke in despair. The true demon team leader's vitality was severed, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. And Lin, he's really dead? Tina, the two of them had thought that they were going to witness the birth of a grand event. But who would have thought that it would end like this? Tina waved a hand, and a white light enshrouded the spirit-engulfing beasts. The ferocious spirit-engulfing beasts then suddenly self-detonated in front of the 4 true demon powerful beings. All of the team members stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with dumbstruck expressions. Why did the spirit-engulfing beasts suddenly self-detonate just a second ago? They didn't even have a chance to celebrate after being rescued from the brink of death. Their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. Consider this a small compensation for the first living being to undergo tribulation in this world. I'll also send some blessings to his family, Tina replied with a slightly disinterested expression. Suddenly, the team member on the ground seemed to have thought of something and shouted excitedly, "It's the captain!" Captain? What does this have to do with the captain? The other 3 members were puzzled. Captain should have successfully broken through. He abandoned his decaying body and became a brand new life. He used his power to help us. Otherwise, how could these spirit-engulfing beasts have suddenly perished? It must be the captain's doing. That team member shouted excitedly, as if he was excited by his own speculation. Then why can't we see the captain? Some of the team members were still confused. The team member spoke as if he had seen through everything. Captain must have ascended. We weren't strong enough, so naturally we couldn't see the captain. Before the captain left, he helped us out. He should have gone to a place with immortal spirits, a place with eternal happiness. Naturally, he wouldn't stay in the mortal world. All the team members came to a sudden realization and laughed happily, excitedly celebrating their captain's ascension. All of their grief over their captain's death was instantly swept away, and Lin's lips twitched as he looked on. Their revered captain's body hadn't even turned cold yet, but all of the team members were so happy. They were laughing and chatting with one another, and some of them were even bringing out drinks to celebrate. Was this the legendary disco dance at the grave? In the end, and Lin couldn't help but comment, that guy was really eloquent and had a wild imagination. He has the potential to become a swindler. Tina waved a hand, and the 2 of them left the place. Her attitude was very clear. She really didn't want to continue watching this bizarre and retarded scene. Within the main city of the true demon tribe, news of a top-tier powerful being transcending tribulation began to spread. Several dozen spirit-engulfing beasts were slain in the blink of an eye. Extremely powerful strength, transcending beyond the mortal body, the allure of ascending to the realm of eternal happiness. All of these things were stimulating the minds of these true demon cultivators. An even more fervent cultivation craze began to appear, and it instantly swept through the 9 tribes. Even Tina didn't think that her casual intervention would create such a butterfly effect that it would create a massive storm throughout the entire world. The development of the world was not going to stop. There were more and more half-step soul formation stage powerful beings, as well as more and more living beings transcending tribulations. One powerful being after another failed their tribulation transcendence and were killed on the spot by tribulation lightning. After that, family and friends began to beat drums and gongs, and even the entire nation was in jubilation. Everyone was celebrating the successful ascension of the powerful beings they were familiar with. It had to be said this was quite a spectacle. Little Na, why is the success rate of tribulation transcendence so low? Is there a problem somewhere? In Lin's mind, cultivators on the Tai Chu continent had at least a 50% chance of successfully transcending tribulation transcendence. Why was it that no one here had succeeded? Perhaps it's because this is the first time this world has been created, so it's a bit more difficult. Tina was not in a very good mood, and her voice was a little gloomy. She looked on with a dark expression and didn't know what to say, and Lin repressed his laughter. Never would he have thought that failing a tribulation transcendence would be considered a successful ascension. All of this could be attributed to that extremely imaginative true demon. Of course, Tina's intervention had also played a major role in this bizarre phenomenon. It was exactly because of this that Tina was feeling very tired. 3 years later, General Hong Tsang of the True Demon tribe began his tribulation transcendence. Over 10,000 true demons gathered on the extremely spacious black jade drill ground to witness this grand moment. One bolt of divine lightning after another crashed into Hong Tsang's body, and his aura became more and more powerful. 10 bolts, 20 bolts, 30 bolts, 40 bolts, as the divine lightning continued to fall. All of the true demons had already raised their wine cups in excitement, waiting for the divine lightning to completely scorch Hong Tsang's body and allow him to completely ascend to the heavens. 47 bolts. 48 bolts. General Hong Tsang has endured more lightning than any other tribulation, transcendence, powerful being we've ever seen. General Hong Tsang must be a tribulation, transcendence, stage, powerful being. The 49th bolt of lightning was like a dazzling blue sword that sliced through heaven and earth, and it crashed into General Hong Tsang's head as a thunderous boom erupted between heaven and earth. General Hong Tsang roared as his aura completely transformed. His life force seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, becoming vast and powerful. In the sky above, the black clouds slowly parted and the lightning dissipated. Smoke rose from General Hong Tsang's body, and even though he was severely injured, his eyes were extremely bright, and his body was also exuding an extremely powerful life force. He looked around at the onlookers as he panted heavily. Over 10,000 onlookers stared at this scene with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How can General Hong Tsang still move? Shouldn't his life force have transcended and transcended beyond his physical body? The lightning clouds have dispersed, so the tribulation lightning should have already ended. Could it be that he failed his tribulation transcendence? No. General Hong Tsang's aura seems to have reached an even higher level, and his aura is extremely vast, so it doesn't look like he failed his tribulation transcendence. A true demon voiced his opinion. The true demons were not idiots. They looked at the extremely powerful General Hong Tsang and knew that it was definitely wrong to say that he had failed his tribulation transcendence. As such, an extremely terrifying thought welled up in the hearts of the true demons. Bam! Some true demons' hands trembled, and they accidentally dropped the wine glasses that they had prepared to celebrate their successful tribulation transcendence. The crisp sound of the wine glasses shattering reverberated through the quiet square, as if symbolizing the shattering of something. They felt as if they were about to throw up a mouthful of blood. Could it be that this is the real? Stop! Someone yelled. The reality was so cruel that they were unable to accept it, because they had danced for 10 whole years after the deaths of countless powerful beings who had failed their tribulation transcendence. Chapter 649. General Hong Tsang looked at the tens of thousands of dumbstruck onlookers, and waves of shock surged through his heart. He tried to activate his domain, and crimson flames soared into the sky as an extremely powerful aura swept through the surrounding area. All of the spectating true demons were struck by a sense of subservience due to the disparity between their life forms. So this is the power of a successful tribulation transcendence. General Hong Tsang clenched his fists. He was already convinced that he was the first person to have successfully transcended the tribulation. Boom! Right at this moment, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. Rainbow light engulfed the entire heaven and earth, encompassing the entire world. At the same time, the great Tao of heaven and earth began to reverberate, and all living beings were baptized by the sound of the heavenly music as they underwent some sort of transformation. A white light suddenly flashed through Tina's eyes. This white light was like the light of primordial chaos, and it was imbued with a boundless divine charm. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her exquisite and graceful body turned into golden particles of light and dissipated. Giant and Lin, the time has come. This world is about to upgrade, so I'm going to merge with the heavens first. Tina left these words behind before disappearing completely. Upgrade? And Lin's heart jolted with shock, and his breathing accelerated. He had also been baptized by the heavenly music of this world, and his soul seemed to have been purified in some way. This purification was targeted at Lin himself, not the body that Tina had given him. The most obvious change was that his consciousness had become more resilient and vast, and it had already reached the return to void stage. Rumble. Heaven and earth began to tremor and rumble, and all living beings were alarmed. At the same time, the heavenly music and rainbow light made all living beings feel extremely intoxicated. Changes occurred unknowingly, and the phenomenon also began to slowly fade. In the end, everything fell silent. Tina's body began to appear beside Lin. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her body was as soft as a willow leaf in the wind. And Lin hurriedly made his way over to her before wrapping his arms around her soft and delicate body. "How are you feeling?" Tina shook her head with a smile. "I've overexerted myself. The world's upgrade this time has resulted in an even more drastic spatial expansion than I had imagined. The continent has expanded from 5,000 kilometers in radius to 30,000 kilometers in radius. Then wouldn't it be bigger than Earth?" And Lin was amazed. "Also, after I fused with heaven and earth, I feel like my authority has increased a little." Although Tina was very weak, her beautiful eyes were flashing with excitement, and Lin asked curiously, "What authority?" "For example, I can create highly intelligent creatures, or I can transfer matter and life forms between the two worlds," Tina explained in a slow voice, and Lin's eyes widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. The main city of the true demon tribe descended from the sky and entered General Hong Tsang's body along with the disappearance of the unusual phenomenon. That was a reward for triggering this opportunity after the world leveled up. This gift came from the heavens and earth, and it was undoubtedly very useful to a living being. After a brief silence, the tens of thousands of true demons finally erupted into a wave of cheers. They congratulated General Hong Tsang from the bottom of their hearts. This was the first expert to set foot in a brand new realm. They were proud and happy because of this. The news that one could only progress to the soul formation stage after transcending 49 bolts of tribulation, lightning, swept through the 9 tribes like a hurricane. All of the highly intelligent living beings of the 9 tribes were shocked and dumbstruck. However, they had no choice but to believe this was true when they thought about the unusual phenomenon that had just occurred. In other words, all of the powerful beings who had thought that they had successfully transcended their tribulation had actually died. This news almost made all of the tribes vomit blood in fright, and some of them even fainted from rage. All of the half-step soul formation stage powerful beings were scared sh*less. Only one F**king powerful being had successfully transcended their tribulation every 10 years. How was this any different from committing suicide? All of them involuntarily chose to suppress their cultivation bases and did not dare to make a breakthrough. However, there were powerful beings who were afraid of death, and there were also powerful beings who recovered after a few days and chose to continue onward. Although this saying had not yet become popular in this world, there were already people who were practicing it. It was as if they had been influenced by the changes in heaven and earth. Within this year, powerful beings from the 9 tribes all made breakthroughs, and the success rate was as high as 30%. Soul formation stage powerful beings emerged from the 9 tribes one after another, ushering in a brand new era of glory. Compared to the prosperity of the 9 tribes, the human race was also developing at a rapid pace. The population of Chi-Lu City had already exceeded 100,000, which was quite a sizable number. Even though no soul formation stage powerful beings had been born, Adam and Eve were already at the pinnacle of the spirit nurturing stage. Almost everyone had begun to cultivate, and the atmosphere was very positive. Not only that, but there were also many developments in pill refinement, tool refinement, talisman refinement, technology, and so on. This was where the human race differed from the 9 tribes. Even though they were all highly intelligent life forms, the development of the human race was very different from that of the 9 tribes. The 9 tribes were all extremely powerful beings, and they liked to rely on their own power in everything they did. They believed that improving one's own power was the only way to progress, and as such, they were obsessed with cultivation and didn't pay much attention to anything else. Humans were naturally weaker, but they knew how to use external forces to make themselves more powerful. Magic tools, spell formations, talismans, pill refinement, and so on blossomed like 100 flowers, flourishing in an orderly manner. Technology was also developing, but it was a lot slower than Lin had imagined. However, this was understandable. After all, everyone could become more powerful through cultivation and extend their lifespans. But what if you wasted your time researching technology? Could you become more powerful in a short time and extend your lifespan? Of course not. All living beings were afraid of death. Hence, if a cultivation path that could extend one's lifespan or even immortality was offered to them, would they be stupid enough to waste their time researching science? Not even in their right mind. Science required the continuous accumulation, research, and experimentation of tens of millions of people in order to usher in explosive breakthroughs and transformations. Humans would die at the end of their lifespans at the end of 100 years, so who would be willing to silently sacrifice themselves and become a stepping stone for future generations? The temptation of cultivation had caused humans to neglect the invention of science. However, there were some special people who truly loved to research the principles of all things and to invent and create things. Some of them were completely devoted to science, while others were cultivating while researching science. Among these people, the most representative was the 9th child of Adam and Eve. That's right, it was the single dog whose other children had married each other, leaving him behind in a tragic world. This man, by the name of Seth, didn't love women, but he loved science. He was going to become a scientist. Perhaps it was because he was the child of Adam and Eve, so his lifespan was exceptionally long. Even after so many years, he still looked like he was in his 20s. However, his face was now covered in stubble, and he had seen through the vicissitudes of life, giving him the demeanor of a scientist. As the chief scientist of Chi-Lu City, Seth had already mastered the original scientific research of Chi-Lu City. One invention after another was created by them, including all types of looms, printing presses, gunpowder, metallurgy, chemical engineering. In recent years, they had even led the scientific team to create steam locomotives, steamships, and other inventions, thereby breaking through the original technological level of Chi Lu City and ushering the human race into the age of steam. And Lin couldn't help but be filled with anticipation at the sight of the human race becoming more and more prosperous. Just how far could the humans of this world advance in technology? Chapter 650. After a long period of time acceleration and leveling up in this world, it was finally time for Tina to rest. She held onto Lin's hand and instantly teleported into the dragon palace of the dragon tribe. No dragon tribe cultivators could see the two of them, and Tina strolled toward the treasure vault of the dragon palace. The two of them passed through the door of the treasure vault and entered the treasure vault. Wow, so beautiful! Tina couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the dazzling array of treasures before her. As expected of the dragon tribe, they really don't disappoint me. And Lin nodded in approval. The two of them walked around the treasure vault, and Lin didn't have a storage ring, so he only had a beautiful rainbow luminous pearl in his hand. Meanwhile, Tina had a few spirit medicines with extremely rich life force energy in her arms. Tina was omnipotent in this world, but after returning to the other world, she still had to slowly develop. At times like this, spirit medicines were extremely beneficial to her. That's right. Tina was trying to use her new authority to exchange items between the two worlds. If she could succeed, then it would mean that the world within her body was connected to the Tai Chu continent. This was a true mirror world. Are you ready? Tina asked in a gentle voice as she handed the items to Lin. And Lin nodded with a solemn expression as he held the rainbow, luminous pearl, and spirit medicines in his arms. Tina pointed a finger toward Lin's glabella, and Lin's vision darkened as his consciousness blurred again. In the next instant, he found himself meditating on the city wall. Oil flames were burning along the wall like a long flaming dragon, extending all the way to the end. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night sky was filled with stars. And Lin faltered slightly as he looked down at his hands. Neither the rainbow luminous pearl nor the spirit medicines were in his hands. Did I fail? He turned to look at the fairy in his arms. Tina opened her eyes, and her emerald eyes reflected the starry night sky, making them appear especially clear and transparent. But all of a sudden, a white fragment that looked both real and illusory appeared in her eyes. Yin and yang rotated, reality and illusion alternated, chaos and origin fused, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. A white ball of light appeared in front of Lin before shattering. A pearl glowing with colorful fluorescence and several spiritual herbs with strong aura appeared in Lin's hand. This is a success. And Lin was trembling with excitement. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that he would be in possession of a world's treasures. The white fragments in Tina's eyes disappeared, and her body slumped into Lin's arms again. Little Now, what's wrong? Are you all right? And Lin was given quite a fright as he carefully shook Tina. A pleasant and velvety voice sounded. Oh, Giant and Lin, I forgot that your body isn't your true body yet, so I can only teleport matter between the two worlds. I'm so tired. Tina supported herself on Lin's chest with difficulty as she turned her head to look at the spirit medicines and the beautiful night-luminescent pearls with a smile on her face. Thank God! Even though it took some effort, I still succeeded. She said in a gentle voice, I'm going to rest for a bit. Don't wake me up. And Lin nodded vigorously. Go to sleep. I'll take care of everything here. Tina had already fallen asleep on Lin's body even before Lin had said anything. At this moment, Xiao Chou, Dabai, and Su Xiaolan had already rushed over to Lin's side with curiosity on their faces. How many days have passed? In the divine mirror world, and Lin would completely lose his sense of time whenever Tina used time acceleration. Hence, he had to check the time every time he came out. Big brother in, you slept for 3 whole days, woof. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Dabai's face as he looked at Lin. Hence, we've been cooking hot pot with your frying pan for the past 3 days. Woof. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. He seemed to recall that he had instructed Dabai to steam 100 steamers of stuffed buns a day that Dabai ignored. That had to be the case. However, Su Xiaolan was also here, so he could understand if she was also eating hot pot. Did anything happen during the past 3 days? And Lin asked. No, we didn't do anything on the city wall. We just stood there for 3 days. Xiao Chou replied with a pained expression. We were also banned from all recreational activities by our homeroom teacher. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips with a hint of displeasure and resignation in her eyes. Ha! You've been idling for 3 days? And Lin suddenly felt like he had made a wise decision by entering that world. At the very least, he had broadened his horizons and attained many insights. Most importantly, Tina had obtained a new level of authority. She had the authority to open up a new world. She was about to create limitless possibilities in the divine mirror world. Oh, that's right, Xiaolan. This rainbow luminous pearl is for you. I found it at the bottom of the ocean in that world. And Lin handed the rainbow luminous pearl to Su Xiaolan. A rare blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she accepted the luminous pearl. Thank you, she said in a voice as gentle as an oriole's. I didn't think you would remember to pick out a present for me even in that world. Wait. She suddenly realized something, and she stared at Lin with incredulity etched on her face. This bead is from that world. Xiao Chou and Dabai were also very excited. They had also realized what this entailed. Big brother in, when are you going to take me to the divine mirror world to flex? Woof. Dabai wagged his snowy white tail with excitement in his eyes. Can it transfer lives? The clown's eyes were burning with excitement. It was obvious that he could not hold back his excitement. Theoretically, yes, but let's wait for little Na to recover first. And Lin replied in a gentle voice as he looked at the little fairy who had fallen into a deep slumber in his arms. He didn't want the little fairy to toil day and night. At the very least, he had to recover his energy, first before attempting to transport life forms into the divine mirror world. His instincts told him that the transfer of life forms would be extremely taxing on his energy. 50 kilometers away from Huangquan City, a man in a red robe made his way toward them from afar. His long golden hair danced in the wind like golden waves, and his crimson eyes were as gentle as water. There was no hint of violence in his expression. Instead, he appeared like a graceful and handsome young master. It really is here. Is it the primordial dragon tribe? That's quite an unexpected opponent. I didn't think that a being of this caliber would willingly submit to the celestial court. However, it's understandable why the dark poison lord fell. The man's gaze pierced through space, and he looked toward the city in the distance without any fear. Instead, he licked his lips as he continued. The blood of the primordial dragon tribe must be very delicious. It'll take the most powerful beings of the celestial court at least 10 minutes to get here, so there's more than enough time. I'm going to King, slay this dragon, and suck its blood dry to avenge my fallen subordinates. Chapter 651. Within Huangquan City, Xiao Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, and his inky black pupils turned golden as boundless dragon might swept forth in all directions like raging waves. Everyone was given a fright by his sudden eruption of power, and they were just about to ask why when Xiao Zhe spoke first. Protect yourselves, everyone! There's an extremely powerful enemy approaching, and I'm no match for him. Even Xiao Zhe, who was at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, was no match for this enemy. So just how terrifying was this enemy? Call for reinforcements. And Lin was also given a fright. and he immediately yelled as he woke up the sleeping Tina. The flying sword god immediately crushed an emergency jade talisman from the celestial court. The jade talisman was purple, which meant that the enemy was the most powerful of them all. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar erupted. Xiao Zhe transformed into a black dragon over 10,000 feet in length and flew into the sky with a grave expression. He had to open up some distance. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the battle could very well raze Huang Quan City to the ground. The city protection spell formation was also instantly activated. None of the soldiers chose to run as there were hundreds of thousands of residents behind them. Even the students were injecting their vital energy into the spell formation with all their might. An azure barrier materialized in the air above Huang Quan City, as if it were an indestructible Xianwu armor from which a vast and boundless aura emanated. The golden-haired man turned toward Huang Quan City with a disdainful expression as he launched a palm downward. He could avenge the dark poison lord by killing the primordial dragon tribe, Cultivators. In that case, he was going to avenge the 14 cities that had been destroyed by this one. In any case, a spell formation set up by a bunch of soul formation stage cultivators was not going to be able to defend against his full-force palm. Heaven and earth tremored violently. A crimson palm descended from the sky, enshrouding the entire Huang Quan City. All of the residents of Huang Quan City stumbled unsteadily at the sight of the crimson palm, and they fell to the ground with expressions of despair on their faces. All of them had a feeling that if this crimson palm were to fall, the entire Huang Quan City would be reduced to dust and completely disappear from this world. Xiao Zhe didn't think that his enemy would ignore him and attack Huang Quan City first. His expression changed, and his pitch-black dragon body began to move in a frenzy, condensing into a black tornado that blasted towards the blood palm. Rumble! The sound of collision reverberated throughout heaven and earth, and the resulting shockwaves swept out for close to 10 kilometers, even causing the defensive formation of Yellow Spring City to tremble. The crimson palm finally managed to disperse the black tornado, and although its power had been significantly reduced, it still possessed the power of a return to Void Stage Cultivator. The brief exchange between Xiao Zhe and Layden was quite clear. Idiot! Layden also instantly appeared in front of Xiaoza at this moment. When fighting against an enemy, the greatest taboo was to be distracted by external matters. Being half-hearted, especially when facing an opponent stronger than oneself, was no different from courting death. Layden had suddenly attacked Huang Quan City as there was still some distance between him and Xiao Zhe. Even if he were to attack now, he would still have some time to defend himself against Xiao Zhe's retaliation. However, when Xiao Zhe chose to protect the insignificant Nether Spring City, he'd lost the initiative. Xiao Zhe was facing an enemy that was far more powerful than him, and he had lost the initiative. This was undoubtedly a lethal blow to Xiao Zhe. Layden didn't even need to look at the ants in the city that would be reduced to dust by his palm. His only target was Xiao Zhe, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. Blood Star Finger. He pointed 2 fingers toward Xiao Zhe's dragon head. Heaven and earth instantly dimmed, and only a speck of red light fell from the sky with the power to pulverize all things in this world before crashing into Xiao Zhe's head. This was Layden's favorite technique, and it was a perfect fusion of his Blood Star Finger. If it were to be struck head-on, it would be able to instantly kill a return to Void Intermediate Stage Mighty Figure. Boom! Space shattered as a crimson light pierced through heaven and earth. Howl! Xiao Zhe howled in pain after being struck in the head by the Blood Star Finger, and his massive, inky black dragon body was knocked back several kilometers. A peculiar expression appeared on Layden's face as he looked at the black dragon. What's going on? My power should be very powerful, and even a return to Void Final Stage Mighty Figure wouldn't be able to defend against it. How is he unscathed? Layden unconsciously turned toward another direction, and his expression faltered slightly at the sight of the azure barrier that was still protecting Huang Quan City. Was there something wrong? Could it be that it was his own fault? Even a spell formation maintained by a soul formation stage mighty figure and a bunch of trash was able to defend against his crimson palm? Even though his attack had been weakened by the black dragon, it was still comparable to a return to void stage mighty figure, so there was no way that the people down below would be able to defend against it. How? Right at this moment, Xiao Zhe let loose a dragon's roar, summoning a bolt of divine lightning. A bolt of black lightning over 100 feet in diameter, imbued with the power to annihilate all things, crashed toward Layden's head, leaving a series of inky black spatial rifts in its wake. Layden thrust a palm toward the bolt of lightning, and a single palm strike was more than enough to defend against a full-force attack from a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. However, right at this moment, the terrifying aura of lightning suddenly soared explosively to the return to void final stage. A golden line suddenly appeared at the center of the inky black lightning, giving it a sense of devastating beauty. Boom! The lightning pierced through the protective power of Tao around Layden's palm and charred his hand black. How could this be? Is this really a dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage? Layden stared at his charred hand with incredulity on his face. He had initially planned to end the battle within 10 minutes, but never would he have thought that he would be the first to be wounded. At this moment, within Huang Quan City, lightning flashed lightly on Enlin's fingertips. He had just unleashed a lightning amplification technique on his disciple's lightning, and he felt like the effect was quite good. Perhaps it was because of the disciple contract between him and Xiao Zhe, but his control over Xiao Zhe's lightning was much better than before, and his lightning amplification technique was also more effective. At the very least, Xiao Zhe's lightning spell techniques were comparable to return to void final stage mighty figures. Tina, are you all right? And Lin turned to the petite fairy beside him. Tina shook her head with a smile. I'm fine. I wouldn't be afraid even if that attack came 100 times over. With Tina as the core of the spell formation, the flying sword god, Cheng Fei, Xiao Chou, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Xiaolan, and Su Qianyin as the core of the spell formation, as well as the power of all the cultivators in the city, this spell formation was powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. However, the concern on Enlin's face did not disappear as he knew what kind of enemy he was facing. This was a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void final stage. This was a powerful being of the same caliber as the Dark Knight monarch, palace leader Qingli, and war god Xingtian. He was well aware of just how terrifying, powerful beings of this level were. This was a mighty figure who had attained the pinnacle of a certain Tao, attained the power of the divine Tao, and was facing the Tao integration stage. You never knew what kind of trump cards they had up their sleeves. It was exactly because of this that even though Enlin's body of the war god had reached the initial success stage and possessed insane defensive prowess, he still didn't dare to show off outside the city. Instead, he could only hide within the spell formation like a harmless little rabbit. He was afraid that he would be killed by one of the blood tribe mighty figure's trump cards if he wasn't careful. The reason why Enlin was so cowardly was because he had discovered a pattern, and that was that every time he used that life force technique, he would encounter enemies at the return to void pinnacle stage. This time he had to break this curse. He definitely couldn't waste any more of his life. He had to survive until reinforcements from the celestial court arrived. Chapter 652. Enlin made up his mind to survive until the very end. Another battle erupted not far away from Huang Quan City. Layden didn't hold back this time, and his body became like a crimson vortex that sucked in the surrounding vital energy, causing the night sky to collapse. Xiao Zhe's dragon scales spread open, and the sky instantly became filled with thunderclouds. Boundless black lightning fell from the sky and engulfed the entire heaven and earth before crashing down upon Layden's body with destructive and engulfing power. These black lightning bolts formed a black ball in a radius of 1 kilometer with Layden at the center. The ball continued to contract, and the might of the lightning crashing down upon Layden became more and more fearsome. Countless crimson stars shimmered from Layden's palms, which transformed into a series of afterimages that vanquished the oncoming black lightning. He had already unleashed his blood star divine ability, which possessed the power to shatter all techniques and shatter stars. He had even torn apart a return to void final stage mighty figure with his own hands before, so he was not under much pressure to defend himself against Xiao Zhe's black lightning attacks. There's no time to waste. Let me finish you off right now. Layden's eyes were bloodshot, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. His hands, which were as dazzling as thousands of red stars, fiercely thrust towards the black lightning ball. Boundless blood-red light tore through the black lightning like sharp swords, stretching for tens of miles in the sky, dyeing the sky blood-red. Rip! The black ball of lightning was torn apart right down the middle before transforming into a streak of crimson light that hurtled toward Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe swung his dragon tail toward the streak of crimson light with unstoppable force. Boom! Another earth-shattering clash erupted between the two. It was no exaggeration to say that cultivators below the spirit-nurturing stage would be on the brink of death if they were to walk out of the green protective spell formation. Layden's palms, which shimmered with countless crimson stars, crashed into the dragon tail, sending the black dragon flying again. He didn't pause for even a single second as he chased after Xiao Zhe before unleashing another full-force palm strike toward the dragon's body. A terrifying boom erupted, and the shockwaves from the palm strike pierced through Xiao Zhe, leaving a massive palm print over 10 kilometers in diameter in the ground. Xiao Zhe was also slammed into the ground from the sky. Little Xiao. When Enlin saw this scene, he felt as if his heart was being squeezed. Layden stood proudly in midair as a gargantuan crimson star suddenly appeared behind him. Its light transformed the night sky into a crimson sky imbued with boundless resentment. This is divine Tao manifestation. The flying sword god's expression shifted drastically as he yelled. Even mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage would have to pay a heavy price to unleash such power. The power it releases can really destroy heaven and earth. We have to use all our strength to stabilize the formation. When Enlin heard the words of the flying sword god, he became even more worried. His gaze lingered on the battlefield, not far away. Layden put his hands together, and a red ball appeared before him, which seemed to be imbued with the power of an entire star. You killed my subordinate, the Dark Poison Lord, so I'm going to skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and drink your blood dry. I'm going to let the world know that those who dare to offend me must die. I'd like to see if your defense is strong enough to block my attack. Layden pushed his palms toward Xiaoza, and a red ball descended from the sky like a shooting star. The space around him congealed, and only the red ball, which was imbued with the most powerful Tao intent of Layden's blood star, landed on Xiaoza's body, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Boom! At that moment, heaven and earth crumbled as a devastating explosion swept forth for over 50 kilometers. At the center of the explosion, a crimson sun erupted forth, illuminating the entire gem state and the dark marshlands. Terrifying shock waves crashed into Huangquan City, and the green defensive spell formation began to tremor violently. A series of cracks began to appear on the spell formation, which was powerful enough to defend against attacks from mighty figures at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. But it was showing signs of cracking in the face of the shockwaves from the explosion. And Lin clenched his fists as he stared intently at the center of the explosion. He unleashed his divine sense, which was comparable to that of a return to void stage mighty figure, and he detected a life form panting heavily within a crater. Xiao Zhe was injured, and Lin's heart jolted as his body began to tremble. He knew that Layden must have thought that Xiao Zhe was the one who had killed the Dark Poison Lord, and that was why he had come here, to exact revenge. Xiao Zhe had taken the blame for him. After the shock waves dissipated, a gargantuan crater had appeared in the ground. The black dragon, over 10,000 feet in length, had red blood seeping from its metallic scales. It trembled slightly at the bottom of the crater, and it looked up at Layden in the sky with no intention of submitting. Xiao Zhe's proudest defense had been broken by Layden's power of the divine Tao, but he still didn't choose to run. Instead, he unleashed his dragon might to its fullest extent, and he was just as proud and regal as ever. "Oh, you're still trying to bluff at me?" Layden narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the black dragon with a faint smile. "To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to kill you if you had chosen to run away. However, you chose to fight me. What an idiot. Even if you want to run now, you won't get a chance. Just let me suck your blood dry. The blood of a powerful being from the primordial dragon tribe must be very delicious. Perhaps it will be a catalyst for me to progress to the Tao integration stage." And Lin clenched his fists as his breathing accelerated upon hearing Layden's words. He knew why Xiao Zhe hadn't chosen to run away, and it was exactly because of this that he couldn't hold back any longer. Even if Xiao Zhe was his disciple, he was still his disciple. Layden didn't waste any more words as he pointed a finger at Xiao Zhe. Whoosh! The power of the blood star behind him surged forth like a tidal wave, and a crimson sword materialized at the tip of Layden's finger. Even though the energy imbued within the crimson sword was slightly inferior to the energy imbued within the crimson ball, it was still peerlessly sharp, as if it could slice through all things in this world. It was quite clear that Layden was planning to slice Xiao Zhe's body in half with this attack. Xiao Zhe's defenses had been broken, and he wouldn't be able to withstand such a monstrous attack in a short time. Roar! The black dragon's body sprang up from the crater, and it opened its cavernous mouth to blast forth a burst of ferocious black flames. The crimson sword also fell at this moment, and it was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky, tearing through the black flames before descending upon Xiao Zhe's head. A sense of impending doom engulfed Xiao Zhe's entire body as he stared at the blade of the crimson sword. He turned toward Huang Quan City out of the corner of his eyes. All of his family and friends had left him, but there was still one person in Huang Quan City who was worthy of his concern. For some reason, he chose to turn his gaze toward the top of Huang Quan City in this perilous situation. However, he didn't see that figure in that instant. The crimson sword pierced through the air, and a white light flashed past. The figure suddenly appeared before him. It was so close that he felt as if he could touch it. Just as Xiao Zhe thought that he was hallucinating, the figure pulled out a mirror and aimed it at the crimson sword. Boom! A crimson light illuminated the world. Under the boundless crimson light, the crimson sword somehow changed direction and pierced through heaven and earth toward Layden. Chapter 653. Layden felt like everything was completely inconceivable. The blood star flying sword was his most powerful attack, but had been absorbed by a mirror and then reflected back at him. His attack had been reflected back at him. The flying sword was extremely fast, and it was imbued with the power to seal off space. After a brief moment of shock, Layden still managed to dodge in the nick of time. The blood star flying sword sliced through his arm with the power to slice through heaven and earth before slicing off one of his arms, upon which it was reduced to particles even smaller than molecules. "Who the hell are you?" Layden roared with shock and rage as he stared at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Zhe. This man was none other than Lin, who had instructed Tina to teleport him to Xiao Zhe using her spatial skipping technique. "Who am I?" A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked up at the blood tribe mighty figure in the sky with a disdainful expression. "I am your daddy." Everyone instantly fell silent. Xiao Zhe's mouth gaped open. The flying sword god's face convulsed, and all of the students and soldiers on the city wall drew a sharp intake of breath. There was only one thought in their minds. What a bad asterisk SS to speak to an enemy at the return to void pinnacle stage like this. Layden burst into laughter from rage. A mere soul formation stage, Cultivator dares to challenge me just because he has some kind of powerful treasure? Very well. I'll make you experience something even more terrifying than death. I'll extract your soul and torture it for 100,000 years. Xiao Zhe also came to his senses at this moment. Master, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. My defensive prowess is extremely powerful, so I'll just hold on until reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrive. Hurry up and go back. He wasn't an idiot. After following Enlin for so long, he knew that Enlin's true cultivation base was only at the soul formation stage. Xiao Zhe didn't know how his master, who had once stood at the pinnacle of all stars, had become like this. However, he knew that he couldn't let his master take any risks in his current state. Go back. And Lin shook his head with a faint smile. I'm not going back. I'm your master. How can I just stand by and watch as my disciple gets beaten up? Xiao Zhe's expression faltered, and tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Enlin. He looked at the figure in white standing in front of him and felt that he was becoming taller and taller. The sense of security of being protected by an elder surged into his heart. It was an indescribable warmth. Even the students and soldiers on Netherworld City were in awe. They were all moved by this scene of deep love between a master and his disciple. Hey, when you're acting tough, can you put me away first? I can't reflect any moves right now. If you keep blindly swinging me outside, I'll break. A crisp and tender voice rang out at an untimely time. And Lin, the vermilion bird mirror, really was the destroyer of the atmosphere. It had taken them so much effort to create such a high-class atmosphere, but it was instantly ruined. And Lin silently stowed the mirror away into his storage ring before pulling out his evil-slaying sword, upon which the unique aura of a sword immortal burst forth. A disdainful smile appeared on Layden's face as he sensed in Lin's aura. Ignorant be asterisk starred. Do you really think you can hurt me? How did you break your arm? And Lin chuckled. Layden faltered upon hearing this, as if he had choked on his words. Humph! Layden harumphed coldly, and his flesh squirmed as a brand new arm suddenly extended from the gash. My arm is not severed. It's just temporarily gone. And Lin, all the onlookers, boss, is it really okay for you to be twisting words and forcing logic? You're lying through your teeth. Layden didn't waste any more words as he unleashed a palm toward Enlin. This palm was extremely fast, and it was as if the entire sky could collapse under its power. And Lin didn't even have a chance to think about evading before his body was struck by the palm, and he was instantly sent flying for close to 10 kilometers. Master! Xiao Zhe let loose a cry of surprise before letting loose an enraged roar as his massive dragon body rose into the sky. Layden's speed was even faster, and he unleashed another palm to slam the black dragon into the ground. That palm of mine is clearly capable of wounding even a return to void stage mighty figure. How is that human still alive? Layden no longer looked at Xiao Zhe. Instead, he was staring at the figure flying toward him in the distance with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Blood trickled down the corners of Enlin's lips. His body of the war god was still unable to withstand the power of that palm. Layden was a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, and his palm was imbued with the power of the divine Tao from the blood star behind him, thereby making it extremely fearsome. In the face of such a fearsome mighty figure, Enlin didn't choose to back down. If he did, Xiao Zhe could very well be the one to die in the next second. He smeared the blood from the corners of his lips onto the blade of his evil-slaying sword as a pair of wings materialized on his back, and he abruptly pounced toward Layden. The holy blood was his last hope. He hoped that it would be able to either poison or purify this powerful blood-tried mighty figure to death. Why are there so many unkillable cockroaches? Layden's brows furrowed as he pointed 2 fingers toward Lin. A crimson sword materialized in the air, and the space around it began to crack open as a dazzling crimson light illuminated the night sky. Blood Star Flying Sword. This was a killing technique that was powerful enough to slay return to void final stage mighty figures. He had wanted to use this technique to kill Xiaozhe, but who would have thought that it would be used by Enlin? This time he was going to use this sword strike to completely kill Enlin in order to clear his mind and wipe away the humiliation he had suffered. Enlin's heart rate accelerated as his instincts told him that he would die if he were to be struck by that sword strike head-on. There was no time. There was no time to get close to him. Enlin cursed in his heart. Why did this blood tribe mighty figure like to attack from afar so much? Couldn't he carry on the tradition of vampires and pounce on me at the slightest provocation? There was no way that he could let him have a taste of holy blood if he did that. In the face of the threat of death, Enlin's mind raced as he suddenly thought of a certain spell technique, and he glared at Layden. A mystical ripple pierced through the air before instantly acting on Layden's body. Layden's lips twitched imperceptibly as an extremely terrifying feeling welled up in his stomach. Why is this happening? What the F***ck is this feeling? He soon realized what this feeling was. He was going to F***king diarrhea. That's right, Enlin had unleashed a make you poo technique on Layden. This was a spell technique that ignored all defenses and had a 100% accuracy rate. What did you do to me? Why am I getting this F***king feeling? Boundless killing intent erupted from Layden's eyes as he became agitated. PFFF. Something seemed to have exploded. This explosion caused even his blood sword to tremor for an instant. Everyone on Huangquan City was watching the battle between Enlin and Layden with a tense expression. However, none of them thought that the terrifyingly powerful Layden's bottom would suddenly explode, and some kind of unknown liquid stained his robe. Everyone fell silent. They felt like they had just witnessed something inconceivable, but they chose to remain silent because it was too inconceivable. Chapter 654. Layden just farted, didn't he? It wasn't farting. Layden took a dump. Bullsh *T. It was clearly an explosion of *T. So, even mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage have *T. I had always thought that mighty figures like him didn't need to take a dump. Xianyuan Cheng rolled his eyes at the student who had just spoken. Once you manifest a soul formation stage body, you'll be able to make the most of your energy. Furthermore, you'll be able to expel waste materials as energy, so you won't need to poop. What Layden just excreted should be something from his body, not *T. The flying sword god wore an expression of admiration on his face. To be able to make a mighty figure of this cultivation base instantly experience physiological discomfort. Classmate Enlin really is a freakishly talented being. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly as she wondered how Enlin had learned such a disgusting spell technique. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly among themselves, Layden was already on the verge of exploding with rage. His stomach was still churning incessantly, but he had already used his power to forcibly repress it. The humiliation he was feeling right now was far greater than the pain he was feeling. Anyone would feel like they were going to have a mental breakdown if they were to suddenly explode in front of tens of thousands of spectators. He had already made up his mind. Everyone who had seen him explode had to die. Not a single one of them would be spared. You must die. Layden spat through gritted teeth as the blood star soared before him, tremored slightly before instantly flying toward Enlin. Enlin's storage ring also flashed in that instant, and a black brick suddenly appeared before him. A crimson light tore through the entire night sky, parting the inky black night sky in half. This was a sword light that could shatter space and annihilate all things between heaven and earth. Even a return to void stage mighty figure would be slain by this sword strike. At this moment, Everyone turned their eyes toward the end of the streak of crimson light, and even their breathing slowed significantly in fear that they would see something unacceptable. And Lin was very powerful in their hearts, but he definitely wasn't invincible. He could be injured, and no one could guarantee that he would be able to survive in the face of such a powerful enemy. However, when everyone saw the pitch-black brick appear in their field of vision without a single crack, some people couldn't help but cheer. Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuancheng, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew how hard the black brick was. Sure enough, and Lin's head poked out from the black brick as he chuckled at Layden. That smile was extremely humiliating to Layden. He was a mighty being at the return to void pinnacle stage, yet he was being thwarted repeatedly by a soul formation stage cultivator. How was he supposed to calm down? This was a massive humiliation. I will definitely kill you. His eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. Right at this moment, Layden thought back to the agony of the passing of his beloved. He thought back to how he had been bullied by a powerful being when he was a child. He thought back to how his mother had been devoured by a giant dragon. He thought back to the grief of seeing autumn leaves fall to the ground. The boundless pain made his eyes suddenly brim with tears. In the end, he couldn't help but bawl. Wah! Woo, 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 woo! Bean-sized teardrops rolled down her cheeks, sparkling and translucent. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent with only Layden's sobs reverberating through the air. All of the students and soldiers of Huangquan City were dumbstruck upon seeing this. Is Layden crying? Even though it's a little humiliating to have one of his arms crippled by Godin, and he couldn't even hurt Godin, there's no reason for him to be crying like this. Where's his pride as a blood tribe, super powerful being? Now that you mention it, I feel like Layden really is quite pitiful. Shocking. A mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage of the blood tribe was reduced to tears by Lin. What kind of story is hidden behind all of this? Do you guys think classmate Lin is going to beat him to tears? Does that mean he's going to run away? All of the students were discussing spiritedly among themselves. Most of them felt like Lin had already secured the upper hand. However, only Lin knew that he was at his wit's end. He had already unleashed all of the spell techniques that could interfere with Layden's movements. Come on, would those spell techniques be enough against a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage? Just like how all of the other soul formation stage mighty figures had attacked Lin, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single slap from him. The divine plunder technique still had some use, but it had a certain distance requirement. The target had to be within 100 meters of the spell technique in order to successfully unleash it. As for the current in Lin, he probably wouldn't even be able to get within a kilometer of Layden. Layden had already repressed his tears through extraordinary willpower, and he was just about to unleash another attack on Lin. Hell! Xiao Zhe regrouped and pounced toward Layden again. F***CK off. Layden roared with rage as he unleashed a palm toward Xiao Zhe with all of his might. A massive crimson palm enshrouded the entire sky, and Xiao Zhe was once again smashed into the ground. And Lin's heart was burning with anxiety upon seeing this. He didn't want to defeat Layden. Instead, he wanted to stall for time until the Celestial Court arrived. However, 10 minutes had already passed, and reinforcements from the Celestial Court still hadn't arrived. He was starting to grumble internally. Layden hated Xiao Zhe the most, as Xiao Zhe had killed one of his subordinates. But now a soul formation stage cultivator had dared to humiliate him over and over again, and he had even succeeded. Layden had always been a proud man who didn't like to be taken advantage of, so he immediately placed Lin on his list of targets. Layden made a grabbing motion toward Lin, and the space within a radius of 5 kilometers instantly congealed. Even the molecules in the air had stopped moving. He stepped forward, and his body transformed into a streak of crimson light as he pounced toward Lin. And Lin's body was immobilized by an extremely fearsome spatial seal, and the realm-piercing nail in his sleeve began to glow with a dazzling red light in an attempt to break through the spatial seal. However, the realm-piercing nail was unable to break through the spatial seal this time. This was the first time Lin had encountered something like this, and his heart sank. Layden's power had far exceeded his expectations, and there was nothing he could do now. And Lin looked at the approaching streak of crimson light and felt like he was done, for even the spectators on the city wall couldn't help but clench their fists as they prayed and prayed in their hearts. "Don't you dare hurt a member of the Celestial Court!" At this moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Reinforcements from the Celestial Court had finally arrived, and Lin, Xiaozhe, and everyone else on Huangquan City were ecstatic as they turned toward the source of the voice with anticipation on their faces. A handsome man with skin as fair as jade and pink rouge on his lips transformed into a streak of white light as he flew toward Layden with a boundless aura. F***CK off. Layden, who was flying toward Lin, thrust a palm toward the streak of white light with an extremely impatient expression. The crimson palm tore through the air with terrifying power before crashing into the streak of white light. Boom! A resounding boom erupted. Ah! The streak of white light was sent flying as his blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. And Lin, everyone on the city wall. Chapter 655. Everyone fell silent as they stared at the white figure that had been sent flying by Layden's palm. The savior of the Celestial Court had finally arrived, only for him to be sent flying with a single palm. What kind of experience was that? And Lin threw up a mouthful of blood as tens of thousands of alpacas stampeded over his heart. "Are you AF** King Clown, sent by the Celestial Court? I risked my life to wait for reinforcements, but they're nothing more than trash. Die." Layden didn't waste any more time as he pounced toward Lin again. Countless crimson stars flashed past his claws, and one of his claws reached toward the chaotic alloy brick, while the other reached toward Lin. "Don't even think about hurting a member of the Celestial Court!" Another loud roar sounded from afar. This time the intruder was a black-robed man with a cold expression and a vast aura. He swung the golden bracelet in his hands toward Layden, and it continued to expand as boundless golden inscriptions imbued within it transformed into an extremely powerful sealing power that enshrouded Layden. Layden's body faltered momentarily under the sealing power, and Lin took this opportunity to continue fleeing into the distance. "You're courting death." Layden flared up with rage as he slashed his claws toward the black-robed man. Crimson and bloodthirsty blade projections pierced through the air, instantly shattering the golden bracelet's sealing power before sweeping toward the black-robed man with the power of death and destruction, twisting and warping the space in its wake. The black-robed man's expression shifted drastically as he immediately activated the golden bracelet to protect himself. Boom! The golden sealing power clashed with the crimson blade projections, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. In the end, the golden bracelet was unable to hold on any longer, and it was sent flying. The black-robed man was severely wounded, and he threw up blood as he stumbled back in retreat. He was no match for Layden. "Humph, you're just a bunch of Celestial Court Executive Department employees. How dare you interfere in this matter? You can all stay here." Crimson stars appeared behind Layden again as a terrifying power of the divine Tao enshrouded heaven and earth. "Is that so? Then you can stay here as well." At the very top of the sky, an indistinct and boundless voice resounded, and it contained boundless dignity. Layden's expression shifted drastically, and he couldn't even be bothered to say anything as he tore open a spatial rift to escape. "How dare you hurt the people of my Celestial Court? You'd better stay here." As soon as the voice faded, the space within 1,000 miles was sealed like an iron plate. Layden's body faltered slightly as if it had been severely restricted. A man wearing a yellow and white Taoist robe appeared in the sky. He had a golden crown on his head, and his eyes contained the boundless might of the heavens. As soon as he appeared, the heavens and earth rumbled, and all living beings prostrated. And Lin was overjoyed when he saw who it was. This was the savior of the celestial court. He'd read about that man in books, so he knew how terrifying he was. That man was one of the 5 emperors of the celestial court, the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West. Heavenly Emperor Tian Huang ruled over all living beings and wielded the pantheon painting. He was also known as the weapon ancestor and the lightning ancestor. He was known as the emperor of the celestial court for killing. Layden was clearly aware of the man's identity, and that was why he was trying to escape with all his might. Heavenly Emperor Tian Huang, I'm only here to avenge my subordinate, the Dark Poison Lord. Seeing as you've intervened, I've cleared my debt with that dragon tribe cultivator, and I'll leave right away. Layden immediately offered to concede. However, Heavenly Emperor Tian Huang couldn't even be bothered to say anything as he pointed a finger toward Layden. Boom! In that instant, boundless lightning erupted from his finger, shattering all things in this world before landing directly on Layden's body. This bolt of lightning was thousands of times more fearsome than any lightning Lin had ever seen. It was so powerful that one couldn't even muster up the will to resist it. The only thing they could do was tremble in the face of the terrifying lightning. The lightning tore through Layden's blood star with unstoppable force. Layden didn't even have a chance to evade, and he let loose a wail of anguish before his body was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Gasp! Countless people drew a sharp intake of breath. That extremely powerful blood, tribe, mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage had been killed just like that. A faint smile appeared on Emperor Tian Huang's face as he turned toward the extreme distance of the dark marshlands. You have a life-saving immortal tool like that? Interesting. Let's see how many times you can revive yourself. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning as he spoke, and he instantly disappeared into thin air. Everyone knew that Layden was escaping with some kind of life-saving immortal tool after hearing Emperor Tian Huang's words. And Emperor Tian Huang had given chase. We're finally saved. Ha ha ha. We survived. Many students and soldiers collapsed to the ground on the city wall of Huangquan City, and some of them were cheering while others were sighing with emotion, as if they had just survived a calamity. However, no one noticed that a certain green mosquito was silently fleeing into the distance. Injecting energy into the city's defensive spell formation was extremely taxing for them. Now that the threat from the outside had been eliminated, they could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the city wall. A smile appeared on Tina's pale features at the sight of Enlin and Xiao Zhe, and she stopped her spell technique as her body plummeted from the sky. A pair of warm hands caught her petite body, and she was greeted by the sight of a flawless face. Thank you, Xiaolan. I'm going to take a nap. All right, go to sleep. I'll keep an eye on things here. A warm smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she nurtured the little fairy in her arms with her pure flame power. As the core of the defensive spell formation, Tina was the one who had contributed the most. Her energy had been completely depleted by the relentless shock waves, and it was time for her to get some rest. And Lin made his way over to Xiao Zhe with furrowed brows. Are you all right? Xiao Zhe had reverted back to his human form, and his clothes were in tatters. There were a series of wounds on his skin from which blood was seeping out, and he looked to be in an extremely sorry state. Xiao Zhe forced a smile onto his face. I'm fine. They're all just superficial wounds, and my Tao Foundation and consciousness weren't harmed. Master, I did well this time, didn't I? And Lin heaved a sigh of relief as he patted Xiao Zhe's head with a smile. You did very well. Let's go, I'll take you back. And Lin flew toward Huangquan City atop his brick with Xiao Zhe in tow. The soldiers and students of Huangquan City all waved and cheered from the city walls to welcome their heroes back. In the face of such fearsome enemies, Enlin and Xiao Zhe had stepped forward, and this undoubtedly earned them the respect of everyone on the city wall. The white-robed man and the black-robed man also flew toward them, and Lin had a very strong impression of these two people, and he almost thought that the celestial court had sent these two cannon fodder to deal with them. After that, the two of them introduced themselves, and Lin learned that they were the heads of the celestial court's executive department stationed in the dark marshlands. The handsome man in the white robe with rouge on his face was the vice head of the executive department, Chinyu. The black-clothed man with golden bracelets on his wrists, a stern expression, and a piercingly cold and murderous aura was the head of the executive department, Jin Hu. Wow. So it was the big boss of the celestial court stationed in the dark marshlands. And Lin and the others' expressions shifted, and they immediately extended respectful salutes. However, for some reason, they just couldn't muster up any feelings of reverence in their hearts. Perhaps this was the after-effect of the previous battle. However, Lin knew that even though they had appeared in a very pitiful manner, it was exactly because of their desperate resistance that he was able to appear on the city wall in one piece. Hence, Lin was still filled with gratitude toward these two people from the executive department. Chapter 656. Over 1,000 kilometers away from Huangquan City, Layden's body began to materialize. His face was deathly pale, and he panted heavily as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand before rushing toward the central region. "Father, hurry up! I can't hold on any longer." Layden was holding a black, lotus-like object in his hand. There were originally 3 glowing petals on the black lotus, but one of the petals had been completely shattered. This was his high-rank immortal tool, the Holy Demonic Lotus. The Holy Demonic Lotus could nullify any fatal injuries inflicted by its owner and use the power of rebirth to teleport its owner thousands of kilometers away. It was an extremely powerful, life-saving treasure. Just as Layden was about to continue his escape, a dazzling bolt of lightning fell from the sky. This was a bolt of black and white lightning, as if it were the first lightning to split heaven and earth apart, instantly shattering the space around it. Layden's body reappeared with a massive hole in his chest. He looked up into the distance with a sinister expression. "Emperor Tianhuang, if you dare to kill me, my father will definitely—" Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed through the air, and Layden didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before his body was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. The man in the yellow and white Taoist robes flew over as a bolt of lightning, and a hint of battle intent appeared on his face as he looked at the dissipating cloud of blood mist. "You're still alive? That's a pretty good, life-saving treasure. Let's see how many times you can die." He transformed into a bolt of lightning again as he spoke before flying into the distance. Layden's body appeared thousands of kilometers away again before he unleashed his blood escape technique without any hesitation. Not long after that, another bolt of lightning flashed toward him from the distance. Lightning was top-notch in terms of speed and killing prowess. At the same time, lightning was extremely pure and was extremely lethal to blood tribe cultivators. Emperor Tianhuang was also known as the Weapon Patriarch and Lightning Patriarch, so it could be said that he was the most proficient in using lightning. This was a clear indication of just how much despair Layden was in. It could be said that even the celestial Dharch himself wouldn't be this fearful. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Layden was forced out by the lightning again as he attempted to teleport. "Hold on, I have something to say, rumble." Before he could finish speaking, the terrifying lightning once again blasted his body into a bloody mist. 500 kilometers away, Layden's body reappeared. His face was extremely pale, and the high-rank immortal tool in his hand, the Holy Demonic Lotus, had completely crumbled. The resurrection immortal artifact was destroyed just like that. Layden didn't have the time to grieve over an immortal tool. There was a good chance that he was going to die here, so he didn't have the time to grieve over an immortal tool. He once again used the method of burning his blood to escape. This wasn't a 5,000-kilometer pursuit. He had already run for close to 5,000 kilometers, and Emperor Tianhuang was still chasing him. This was a 10,000-kilometer pursuit. Furthermore, it was done in the territory of the Blood Tribe, the Dark Marshlands. Just how great of a grudge was this? Layden regretted going to Huangquan City to slay dragons. He did manage to slaughter the dragon, but he was about to be slaughtered. A nightmarish flash of black and white appeared, and Layden's heart sank. In that instant, he completely unleashed the Tao of the Blood Star. The blood-colored star condensed behind him to block the lightning. Rumble. The resulting collision shattered the earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers, and a Blood Tribe city nearby was inexplicably razed to the ground by the shockwaves. This was a battle between top-rate mighty figures, and each and every one of their attacks possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the end, the lightning still tore through the crimson star and blasted a massive hole into Layden's chest. Thankfully, the power of the lightning had been nullified by the Blood Star. Otherwise, Layden would have been dead. However, even though he wasn't dead yet, he wasn't far from it. Layden clutched his chest as his body trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the figure hurtling toward him. The bolt of lightning in the distance transformed into a man with a stern expression. The smile on the man's face was akin to that of a cat toying with a mouse as he looked at Layden. What? You're not running anymore. Have you used up all your resurrection methods? Do you feel like you're going to die anyway? So why not take a good look at me before you die? Layden's face convulsed as he threw up another large mouthful of blood. Emperor Tianhuang's expression darkened. You still dare to mock me? No, there's no such thing. Emperor Tianhuang's might is unparalleled. I was just feeling unwell just then. Layden waved his hands with an earnest expression. He had never felt so small and weak before. He was a super powerful being who was on the verge of Tao integration stage, but he was completely powerless against Emperor Tianhuang. His life was completely in the hands of his opponent. Hey, you have good taste. So be it. I fulfilled your wish, so I'll send you on your way now. Lightning flashed in Emperor Tianhuang's hand as a fearsome power began to accumulate. Layden's legs instantly gave out from under him as he roared in his heart. What kind of wish had he fulfilled? Could it be considered a wish to admire his heroic appearance before he died? Was there something wrong with this true god's brain? Emperor Tianhuang couldn't be bothered to care about what Layden was thinking. He waved a hand through the air, and a bolt of lightning that was powerful enough to annihilate all things began to hurtle toward Layden. An expression of despair appeared on Layden's face as he roared and unleashed all of his spell techniques to defend himself against the bolt of lightning. However, the bolt of lightning was not something that could be defended against by hastily unleashed spell techniques. The bolt of lightning tore through all of the spell techniques as it hurtled directly toward Layden's head. In the next instant, Layden's body and soul were both destroyed. Right at this moment, an antiquated, inky black wall suddenly appeared in front of Layden. Boom! The unstoppable bolt of lightning struck the massive wall, causing a series of cracks to appear on its surface. However, it was still able to withstand the lethal strike in the end. Tears flowed from Layden's eyes as he looked at the familiar wall. Father! A man enshrouded in a divine light of Tao began to appear on the massive wall with his hands clasped behind his back. Layden's expression faltered slightly at the sight of the man. This man was different from the average Blood Tribe Cultivator. He had a pair of inky black eyes, a thin figure, and long black hair. As soon as he appeared, the space around him began to collapse and cave in, as if he were an abyss of boundless darkness and nothingness, guiding all living beings to oblivion and death. The man felt a little awkward upon hearing Layden refer to him as father, and he cleared his throat before replying, Your father is currently practicing the blood prison illustration in the Divine Palace of Life, so he asked me to use the spatial teleportation wall to save you. Layden, Emperor Tianhuang's expression faltered slightly before he chortled with glee. Ha ha ha, that's not a bad way to address you. The only one who can save your life is you, Father." Layden's face was flushed with rage upon hearing this. Even though he had expended all of his energy, his face was still flushed with rage. It was clear to see just how devastated he was feeling right now. It could be said that he had never suffered more humiliation in his entire life than today. Chapter 6:57. Even though Layden was feeling extremely humiliated, he was still extremely elated that he had managed to escape with his life in the nick of time. The mighty figure who had come to save him was one of the 4 Tao integration stage emperors of the Divine Palace of Life, Emperor Meng. Emperor Meng was the previous holy disciple, and he was extremely powerful. It could be said that he was the most powerful Tao integration stage emperor among the 4 emperors aside from Emperor Fu Tian. Emperor Tian Huang, why don't we just let this matter rest? You didn't suffer any losses, and we won't pursue the dark poison Lord's death and the destruction of the 14 cities. How about we just let this matter rest? Emperor Meng proposed in a refined and courteous manner. However, in terms of the consequences of this matter, the blood race would undoubtedly have to pay a greater price. It was obvious that the blood race's great emperor had made a huge concession by personally making such a promise. However, Emperor Tian Huang shook his head without a second thought. No, Layden must die. Emperor Meng's expression darkened. Why, he just transmitted his voice to me, and he told me that he didn't kill any of the powerful beings of the celestial court. Lightning flashed through Emperor Tian Huang's eyes as he spoke in an indifferent voice. However, if I had arrived a moment later, the hope of the celestial court would have been destroyed by Layden, and countless prodigies and citizens would have been killed by him. I can't allow someone like him to live. However, none of that happened, and I promised that I wouldn't target these people again, Emperor Meng said. Heh, foolish blood tribe cultivator. Have you never heard of the crime of attempted murder? A mocking smile appeared on Emperor Tian Huang's face. Attempted murder? Emperor Meng faltered slightly upon hearing this. At this moment, an extremely terrifying bolt of lightning instantly descended upon Layden. Layden's face turned deathly pale in the face of this terrifying bolt of lightning, and a sense of impending doom engulfed his entire body. Right at this moment, a pitch-black palm suddenly appeared in front of him. It was like an abyss that could devour all things, grabbing that extremely frightening lightning in its hand and slowly absorbing it. Emperor Tian Huang, are you really not going to let this matter rest? Emperor Meng's brows furrowed slightly, perplexed by Emperor Tian Huang's actions. Emperor Tian Huang took a step forward, and the entire area within a radius of over 50 kilometers was instantly filled with boundless lightning that pulverized the void and annihilated all living things. The earth was instantly reduced to scorched earth, and all living beings didn't even have a chance to scream before they were reduced to ashes by the lightning. Emperor, don't go too far! Emperor Meng was enraged by this, and the sun and moon in the sky were obscured as boundless darkness engulfed the entire world. What's with all the blabbering? If you want to stop me from killing Layden, then come and fight me. Emperor Tian Huang laughed heartily as he pounced toward Emperor Meng. Emperor Meng unleashed the boundless great Tao of darkness and death, and heaven and earth wailed as everything within a radius of 500 kilometers fell into darkness. Emperor Tian Huang summoned tens of thousands of lightning bolts to sweep across the sky, reducing everything in their path to nothingness. The 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures were finally unleashing a massive battle. Layden took advantage of this opportunity to escape with all his might. During his escape, he unleashed several different mystic techniques and life-saving treasures, and he finally managed to escape from that hellish place. He didn't dare to spectate from the sidelines in fear that he would be blasted to death by Emperor Tian Huang's chaotic lightning if he wasn't careful. Layden transformed into a streak of crimson light as he fled toward the divine palace of life. At this moment, his only thought was to get to his father's side and slowly recover from his injuries, Not only had he wasted an extremely precious, life-saving, immortal tool in this battle, but his Tao foundation had also been severely damaged, and his path to the Tao integration stage had become a very distant one. This was the most tragic outcome for him. Detestable, detestable. It's all because of that dragon and that human male. Layden gritted his teeth with hatred toward those two strangers. He swore to himself that he would find an opportunity to exact revenge on them in the future. Boom, 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 atop Huangquan City, and Lin and the others stared into the distance with bewilderment in their eyes. Is this an earthquake? Su Qianyin asked in a mellow voice with a surprised expression. The tremors of an earthquake are very rhythmic, not as chaotic as this. Xian Yuanqing shook his head and said, I feel like someone is conducting some kind of mysterious experiment. And Lin's expression darkened. This is clearly caused by a battle. Emperor Tian Huang must be battling someone. Su Xiaolan was a little excited. It must be a battle between two Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Should we go and have a look? Perhaps it will deepen our understanding of the Tao. Before Lin had a chance to say anything, the flying sword god immediately objected with a solemn expression. No, stay where you are. A battle between super mighty figures like this could easily get caught up in the shockwaves. Sissy Chen, you nodded in agreement. 8,000 years ago, Emperor Ziwei battled the divine but emperor of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. There was a return to Void Stage Dragon, who seemed to be a prodigy of the AO tribe, who ran over to spectate the battle in excitement, only to be killed by one of the divine Bat Emperor's divine abilities in a moment of carelessness. The dragon tribe didn't even have a Tao integration stage super mighty figure yet, so they could only swallow this humiliation. And Lin also felt like the dragon tribe was quite aggrieved upon hearing this. Their pillar of support had been slain, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, he couldn't muster up any sympathy for those people when he thought about the dragon princess. The battle between Emperor Tian Huang and Emperor Meng ended in a draw. It looked like neither of them had gained the upper hand, but the result was that the Blood Tribe's dark marshlands had been reduced to scorched earth for over 1,000 kilometers. 12 cities had been destroyed due to an unknown attack, and hundreds of thousands of Blood Tribe cultivators had perished. The Blood Tribe had to bear all of the losses incurred in this battle. Emperor Meng finally understood why Emperor Tianhuang was so insistent on this battle. He was using Layden's death as a F*King excuse to wreak havoc in the dark marshlands. In the end, Emperor Tianhuang laughed heartily. Let's fight another day. Emperor Meng almost chased after him into the kingdom of the 9 states, but he then thought of the other 4 emperors of the celestial court, and he stopped in his tracks. Remember this, Emperor Tianhuang. He looked at the figure of the lightning that was fleeing into the distance, helplessly throwing down these words before disappearing into the void once more. Thus the battle came to an end, and Lin was a little surprised that Emperor Tianhuang hadn't killed Layden. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that this wasn't all that surprising. Layden was a supremely talented prodigy who had a good chance of progressing to the Tao integration stage, so the Blood Tribe would definitely keep an eye on him. He had many trump cards, so there was no way that Emperor Tianhuang would be able to kill him so easily. Before Emperor Tianhuang left, he left a wisp of his divine intent toward Huangquan City in case any other Blood Tribe mighty figures came to seek revenge. After surviving that ordeal, everyone in Huangquan City returned to their idle state. Not only did the students not want to go to the dark marshlands, but even the soldiers refused to patrol the area. In the past, the Flying Sword God would organize scouting missions to see if there were any Blood Tribe spies nearby. However, this was a sensitive period, so they didn't even have to do that. Everyone remained on the city wall as a lookout. Well, they were just standing around like idiots. 2 days later, Tina revived on the spot after a good night's sleep, and she excitedly dragged Lin along to enter the divine mirror world. Chapter 658. Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyin, and the others were gathered together as they stared at Enlin with anxious expressions. Enlin and Tina were preparing to conduct some kind of grand experiment. Is this really going to be all right? Enlin swallowed involuntarily as he looked at the adorable fairy before him. I think we should find a few more lab rats to test it out on. Don't worry, Giant Enlin. Didn't we already test it out before? Teleportation is the same as teleportation. As long as I can control the passageway between the two worlds, something like this will be a piece of cake for me. Tina patted her chest confidently. That's right. Tina was preparing to conduct a life-form teleportation experiment. She was going to teleport Enlin into the divine mirror world as a life form. Enlin couldn't be too careful about something like this. If things got out of hand, he would be the one to suffer the most. After a fierce struggle in his mind, he finally nodded with some difficulty. Tina placed her hands on Enlin's forehead with a wide grin. A white light enshrouded the two of them as fragments of the realm core shimmered in her emerald eyes. Whoosh! Light flashed, and the two of them disappeared on the spot. Su Qianyun's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth with her hand. They really disappeared. This is a power that transcends spatial teleportation. It's very useful. Su Xiaolan stroked her chin as she spoke in a slow voice. Tina has also disappeared. With Tina here, classmate Enlin should be safe. Xianyuan Cheng heaved a sigh of relief with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, in the air above Qi Lu City, in the divine mirror world, a white light flashed, and Enlin and Tina appeared again. Tina held onto Enlin's hand with a dainty smile on her face. Giant Enlin, how are you feeling? Enlin stared at the human-sized Tina in front of him. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes sparkled like the stars, and her features were peerlessly beautiful. He couldn't help but poke Tina's delicate cheek. I feel like you're more real than before. That's because Little Na also teleported here with her true body, Tina explained with a smile. But don't worry, my authority hasn't changed. I can still fuse with the world and teleport us out at the same time. And Lin was relieved to hear that and began to turn his attention elsewhere. The warm sun, the cool breeze, the abundant vitality, the invincible divine body, and Lin's storage ring flashed, and the black brick appeared beneath his feet. He was stunned for a moment. Nothing has changed. It's really a true body teleportation. He was really excited. This world was real, and it could connect the two worlds. This was a gargantuan treasure trove. A thought suddenly occurred to Enlin, and he asked, "By the way, can you teleport living beings from the outside world aside from myself into this place?" "That's not a problem, but I can only teleport living beings below the return to void stage. This world isn't developed enough to accommodate beings with cultivation bases that are too high," Tina replied. And Lin's eyes lit up with anticipation upon hearing this. If she could teleport return to void stage living beings in the future, then Tina would be able to drag Layden into this world and kill him using her authority in this world. TSK, 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 TSK. How tempting! No matter how powerful a person was, there was no way they could be more powerful than the ruler of the divine mirror world. When that time came, they could do whatever they wanted to them. They had the final say in this world. Let's go. It's time for us to build up our relationship with all of the tribes, and Lin said with an excited expression. Build up our relationship. Tina blinked with a perplexed expression. We'll appear as God's spokesperson and befriend them. In the future, we can issue missions for them to fight in the outside world or collect treasures for us in this world. Wouldn't that be a simple task? And Lin explained with a smile. Tina's eyes lit up with excitement. That's brilliant. Even though all of the tribes had soul formation stage powerful beings, the astral engulfing beasts were still nightmarish existences to them. There was no other reason for this than the fact that they were extremely elusive and difficult to eliminate. After leaving the city, there was no telling when an astral engulfing beast would suddenly appear. If they didn't want to be killed, the simple solution was to become more powerful. As long as their cultivation bases reached the spirit nurturing stage, they would be able to deal with the spirit engulfing beasts. Teams with high-level Tao body stages would be able to fight and retreat at the same time. As for those with lower cultivation bases, they had to be careful. Within a small palace in Chi-Lu City, a man slowly descended from above a cloud of mist. All of the guards in the palace were alerted by this, and alarms began to blare as a dozen or so guards, wielding flying swords, and several dozen guards, wielding firearms, aimed their weapons at the handsome man in a flowing white robe. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the imperial palace?" A spirit-nurturing stage guard leader yelled as he stepped forward. He was the second son of Adam and Eve, and his name was Intel. And Lin crossed his arms and raised his head slightly. His aura was vast and ethereal, and there was a calm expression on his face. "I am God's spokesperson, and Lin. You're going to kneel before me now." Uff! Intel couldn't help but burst into laughter. A measly spirit-nurturing stage, Cultivator, dares to pretend to be the spokesperson of God? Open fire! Bam, bam, bam. Several dozen guns were fired at once as bullets tore through the air toward Lin. A dozen or so flying swords also rose into the air before slashing toward the man at the center of the palace with sharp sword intent. Intel thought that the intruder was going to be reduced to a hornet's nest in the next second. To his surprise, however, an incredible scene unfolded before his eyes. All of the bullets and flying swords were stopped a meter away from the man and were unable to advance any further. Intel and the other guards all stared at the man before them in shock, and some of them were even trembling uncontrollably. It was quite clear that the intruder was extremely powerful. "Is this how you welcome the spokesperson of God?" And Lin's expression was one of might as a golden light flashed through his eyes. Divine might technique. A peerlessly powerful aura instantly proliferated through the air. Intel felt as if he were facing a paramount god. The boundless might that stood at the pinnacle of all living beings instantly engulfed all of his pride. His legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the ground. More than half of the weaker guards even fainted on the spot. Intel had no choice but to believe in Lin this time, and his hands trembled as he yelled, "Master and Lin, please forgive us for our ignorance." And Lin nodded lightly. "This is the first time you've done something like this. Don't do it again. Summon the leader of the human race, Adam and Eve." "Yes, I'll go and inform them right away." Aint bowed respectfully and replied in a straightforward manner. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin's face as he felt extremely elated. It felt quite good to be the spokesperson of God. Intel had only just stood up when a gate opened. A man and a woman emerged from within. The man was extremely handsome, while the woman was exquisitely beautiful. They both faltered slightly upon seeing Lin before letting loose cries of surprise. "It's you!" Chapter 659. Adam and Eve were quite surprised to see that Adam and Eve seemed to be acquainted with Lin. "Father, Mother, you too also know God's spokesperson?" "God's spokesperson?" Adam and Eve looked at each other to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Oh, you too still remember me?" And Lin looked at the two of them with an intrigued expression. "I do." Adam looked at Lin with a complex expression as he said, "I had a very clear dream in which you and another woman once hugged us." And Lin nodded to indicate that he was quite pleased with this answer. Tina had given them a set of clothes when they were born. It was the clothes that they were wearing now. These clothes were eco-friendly and had even more powerful defensive properties than the average protective spirit tool. "By the way, tell me, am I more handsome or are you more handsome?" And Lin suddenly asked. Adam and Eve faltered upon hearing this, clearly unsure of why this mysterious man would ask them this. However, Adam soon recalled a conversation he had with Eve a long time ago. He seemed to have mentioned that the person who had hugged them in the past couldn't be their parents, as he was much more handsome than that man. Adam was astonished upon hearing this. This man was definitely a F** King God. Of course you're the most handsome, spokesperson Shin. I've never seen someone as handsome as you. Adam spoke with a sincere expression. You have good taste. Don't blame me if you say the wrong thing next time. And Lin's dazzling smile appeared on his face. Eve, Adam. Immediately thereafter, Lin summoned Adam and the others to the main palace for a meeting. Adam and Eve had already acknowledged Lin's identity, and they also had many questions for Lin. All of the other 9 children were extremely respectful toward Lin upon hearing that the spokesperson of God was coming. And Lin was enjoying the fruits produced in the holy orchard. These fruits had been personally planted by Tina many years ago, and they were now full of vitality and were almost as potent as some low-rank spirit fruits. He and Tina were actually working on the cultivation of immortal treasures as well. They had already set up a cultivation base at the core node of a certain massive ley line. There, vital energy rained down like rain, and multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of feet. The essence of the sun and the stars converged, and this was a place where the fortune of heaven and earth lay. It could be said to be a true immortal ground. Tina didn't dare to make too many changes in case it affected the normal development of this world. Actually, it was enough for them to play in that Xanadu. After 1,000 years, there would definitely be many immortal fruits and immortal medicines, and Lin took a bite of the crimson sun fruit and murmured, "You asked me how you came here?" Adam and Eve nodded with excitement as they stared at Lin with scorching light in their eyes. This was a question that had been plaguing them for a long time. "I'm your father," and Lin smiled. Adam and Eve shuddered as they stared at Lin with incredulity in their eyes. "Father?" The other 9 children were also given a fright. Never would they have thought that the spokesperson of God would be their grandpa. And Lin waved a hand with a mischievous expression. "Haha, I was just joking. I was just trying to lighten the mood." Adam and Eve's expressions faltered as negative emotions surged through their bodies. The 9 children felt as if they had a mouthful of blood clogging their chests. They wanted to lash out, but they didn't dare to do so. An awkward smile appeared on Lin's face as the atmosphere became even colder. "Adam, Eve, you were actually born from heaven and earth, and you were the most primitive human beings. I appeared with the clone of God to guide you into this world." The 9th son, Seth, furrowed his brows with a perplexed expression. "That can't be right. Our books contain records of countless human activities, as well as many powerful immortals who could move mountains and fill oceans." And Lin smiled. "Those people are actually all dead, and that world has already perished. This is a brand new world, and this city is merely a replica of the original city. All of you are the new living beings of this world." Everyone's expressions shifted upon hearing this. Seth fell into deep thought, and Lin's words just so happened to explain why the terrain outside Chi Lu City was completely different from what was recorded in some of the books. They were finally beginning to understand what it meant to say that there was always someone more powerful than you out there. After that, Lin gave them a general overview of this world. Aside from concealing his and Tina's identities, he answered all of their questions. God will be withdrawing his protection from you humans from now on. From this day forth, you will face the true cruelty of this world. I hope you can quickly grow up. I still have some matters to attend to, so farewell." And Lin unleashed his mist immortal technique as he spoke, and he drifted away as a cloud of white mist. "Spokesperson Shin, I still have one more thing. How many astral devouring beasts are there?" "Farewell, spokesperson Shen. Take care." Everyone was given a fright by Lin's sudden departure, but they still chose to bid him farewell in the end. And Lin was very satisfied with his performance. As the spokesperson of God, he should come and go as he pleased. He should come and go as he pleased. He should come and go as he pleased. A crisp, pleasant voice sounded beside his ear. Giant and Lin, where should we go next? And Lin pondered for a moment before replying, Let's go to the Darkwing tribe. It's time to crush their arrogance. Otherwise, they'll always think that they're the most powerful beings in this world. Late at night, on a black floating continent, the sky was filled with stars, and the power of the stars converged toward the continent. A series of black-winged beings soared through the sky, either traversing the sea of clouds or patrolling the mortal world. Right at this moment, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. This was a man whose entire body was enshrouded in divine flames, as if he were the sun in the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Darkwing tribe guards yelled upon seeing this. One black figure after another pounced toward the ball of flames. However, they didn't even get a chance to touch the flames before they were repelled by a terrifying force. The male plummeted like a meteorite, passing through the Myriad Star Palace's most heavily guarded defenses and landing directly outside the palace gates. Waves of flames swept out in all directions, knocking back and injuring over 100 Darkwing tribe cultivators at the palace gates. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Myriad Star Palace? Do you have a death wish? A Darkwing tribe general charged forward with a long sword pointed at Lin. And Lin dissipated the flames around his body to reveal his true appearance. You're too weak. Find someone stronger to talk to me. Impudent. I'll let you have a taste. Slap. The Darkwing tribe general didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before he was slapped flying by Lin. He crashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Pwah! The general threw up a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes rolled into the back of his head as he fainted. Gasp! Some of the Darkwing tribe guards drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. The guards who were about to pounce toward Lin suddenly stopped in their tracks. That was one of the top 10 most powerful generals in the Darkwing tribe, but he was slapped flying by a single palm from this mysterious man. They were just going to die if they charged forward. Is there no one else in the Darkwing tribe? And Lin looked around at the deathly silent surroundings before speaking in a loud voice. All of the Darkwing tribe guards around him fell silent. They knew that this was definitely a powerful being of the soul formation stage. He was not someone they could mess with. There's no one else in the Darkwing tribe. Please go ahead. A soft voice sounded from within the Myriad Star Palace. And Lin. Chapter 660. And Lin didn't dare to believe his own ears. He was here to demonstrate his might. He had already fought his way to the Darkwing tribe's doorstep and asked in a loud voice, Is there no one left in the Darkwing tribe? But the Darkwing tribe members inside actually replied that there was no one left. Please do as you please. How could they be so cowardly? Do as you please. I'm coming in. And Lin really didn't understand how the Darkwing tribe members worked. He might as well just barge into the palace. There was no reply from within the Myriad Star Palace. And Lin didn't waste any more time and strode toward the gate. The black bronze gate was tightly shut, and it was filled with an ancient aura. And Lin couldn't be bothered to knock on the gate. With a simple punch, the bronze gate was blasted open. He was here to beat the Darkwing tribe into submission, not to be a guest, so there was naturally no need for formalities. And Lin swaggered into the Myriad Star Palace and was greeted by the sight of 4 powerful Darkwing tribe cultivators standing nearby. All of them had reached the soul formation stage. Boom! A massive spell formation began to appear, encompassing the entire Myriad Star Palace. Boundless darkness invaded the space, and specks of starlight revolved around Lin with extremely fearsome power. To think that there really is an enemy so stupid that they would dare to barge in. A muscular man chuckled. Hee, isn't this the lowly race known as the humans? Who would have thought that such a lowly race could produce a soul formation stage cultivator? What an eye-opener. A handsome man with long black hair chuckled. Big brother, Since you're here, then don't leave." A gentle and beautiful woman winked at Enlin with a faint smile. She was most likely the one who had said that there was no one left in the Darkwing tribe. It was a mystery what she was thinking when she said that. At this moment, the most powerful male on the throne stood up and glared at Enlin with a fierce expression. Offending the Darkwing tribe is tantamount to violating the dignity of the heavens. Go to hell and repent for your sins. Enlin snickered. Offending you is offending the heavens? Since when did you birdmen have the right to represent the heavens? To tell you the truth, I, Enlin, am the spokesperson of the heavens, the only God. Impudent. Bastard. We are so noble. How could a lowly race like you humiliate us? The dark wing race, cultivators, roared with rage, and the emperor on the throne waved a hand. The spell formation was completely activated, and countless white stars crashed toward Enlin with terrifying killing intent. You dare to place such a childish array here? How embarrassing! A white light flashed in Enlin's eyes, and he abruptly jabbed at a certain location amidst the countless stars. His chi pierced through the void like a sword. Rumble! The terrifying formation that encompassed the entire Myriad Stars palace suddenly collapsed. The 3 Darkwing tribe cultivators were dumbstruck, and the Darkwing Emperor involuntarily drew a sharp intake of breath. That was their strongest killing formation, yet it was broken by a single finger? Die! The burly man abruptly pounced toward Enlin as countless ferocious black wolves appeared around him, all of which were imbued with a thirst for blood and death. The air howled and the earth crumbled in their wake. This was his black wolf domain. Enlin took a step forward, and his body broke through the sound barrier as he charged toward the man's domain with his physical body. What? The man's expression changed drastically when he saw that Enlin had actually torn apart his domain with just his physical body. Enlin launched a punch toward the man, and the man let out an enraged roar as he braced himself and launched a punch of his own. Their fists collided, and the shock waves from the collision caused the Myriad Stars palace to tremble violently. In the end, the man let out an agonizing cry as the bones in his right arm were shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. At this moment, the handsome man had already made his move. An azure crescent moon appeared behind him, and it slashed toward Enlin. Blue moon godly slash. Enlin did not dodge. His fist was enveloped in golden light as he unleashed a third of the mountain-quaking fist. Rumble! The golden fist smashed the blue crescent moon with an unstoppable force, and the handsome man was also sent flying with severe injuries. Enlin then turned his gaze toward the gentle and beautiful lady. The lady's countenance turned slightly pale, and she retreated a few steps. She waved her hand and said, "I don't fight. Harmony is the most important." Enlin was speechless. At the next instant, the surroundings were plunged into darkness once again. Countless black shadows rose from the ground, covering up the skies and bringing with them an extremely terrifying sharpness as they encompassed toward Enlin. The strongest expert among the Blackwing race had made his move, and he had unleashed his strongest killing move right off the bat. Enlin let out a cold snort, and extremely scorching flames suddenly rose up around him. Great holy flame, appear! Endless yellow-white, divine flames instantly tore the black shadows apart, and the terrifying heat spread out for several hundred meters. Rumble! The explosion of flames flattened the Myriad Stars palace, and even the entire floating continent tremored violently. All of the Darkwing tribe residents stared in shock at the place that was revered as a holy land. Flames rose up from there, illuminating the entire night sky. Ever since Enlin had fought his way to the Myriad Stars palace, many spectators had gathered outside. By the time the Myriad Stars palace had been blasted into smithereens, there were already thousands of Darkwing tribe members spectating the battle from afar. Amidst the shattered remains of the floating continent, they witnessed a scene that they could not accept. The most powerful emperor of the Darkwing tribe had been pressed into the ground by a human male, and the other 3 soul formation stage cultivators had also fallen to the ground with injuries. Their once indestructible faith was being shaken for the very first time. Messenger of the heavens? The noblest tribe? And Lin chuckled coldly as he stomped a foot onto the Darkwing Emperor's chest. The heavens have never given you any rights to speak for me. Listen up, there is only one messenger of the gods, and that is me and Lin. And Lin's voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding throughout the entire floating continent, causing countless Darkwing tribe members to tremble in shock. What, you don't seem convinced? And Lin chuckled as he looked down at the Darkwing Emperor, who was gritting his teeth with an expression of fury and indignation. Don't you think that you are a tribe chosen by the heavens? Now that you're under my foot, why don't you ask the heavens to help you? The Darkwing Emperor forced a smile onto his face. Hee, the heavenly Tao has no consciousness. We follow the will of the heavens, so we have no regrets, even if we die. You say that you are the messenger of the God of creation, but you have to show some proof. This isn't something that can be won over by just having a bigger fist. Many Darkwing tribe members nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Their pride was not something that could be challenged. Even if their enemy was much more powerful than them, this was not enough to make them lower their noble heads. You want proof? And Lin nodded. That's simple. Simple? The Darkwing Emperor's eyes widened in shock. He felt that Lin's words were completely absurd. Could the messenger of the gods even produce proof? Could he produce a certificate? And Lin stood proudly as he looked up into the boundless night sky. His white robe billowed in the wind, and his figure was extremely imposing. He pointed a finger toward the sky as he spoke in a clear voice. In the name of the gods, I bless this world with light. Boom! At this moment, the darkness of the night faded. Day returned to heaven and earth. The sun had risen. All of the Darkwing tribe members were dumbstruck. Chapter 661. It was as if someone had said, "Let there be light." It was as if someone had said, "Let there be light," and the world had turned from night to day. What kind of power was this? This was not power at all. This was not something that could be achieved with great power. Only the heavens could achieve this. All of the Darkwing tribe members were dumbstruck. They were extremely sensitive to the power of the stars, so they knew that the power of the stars had completely disappeared. This also proved that the fact that night had turned into day was not a lie. The world had really turned into day. Some of the weaker Darkwing tribe members had already knelt to the ground as their legs gave out from under them. Previously, most of the Darkwing tribe members had scoffed at the notion of being the spokesperson of God. Now, the majority of the clansmen truly believed that only God could do such a thing, a true God. Now, do you have anything else to say? And Lin was like a god standing proudly above the heavens as he looked down at the Darkwing Emperor with a cold expression. The Darkwing Emperor's body trembled slightly. No matter how he denied it, no matter how proud he was, it was all shattered in the face of this miracle. He stood up with difficulty and bowed slightly. And Ling of the Darkwing tribe pays his respects to divine spokesperson. Upon seeing this, the rest of the Darkwing tribe members also lowered their noble heads and greeted respectfully in unison. We pay our respects to the divine envoy. And Lin nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the bowing Darkwing tribe cultivators. Remember, he said with a stern expression, I, and Lin, am the only spokesperson of God. The status of the 9 tribes is equal to that of the humans. In the future, God will issue a decree. As long as you carry out God's will, you will receive God's blessings. All of the Darkwing tribe members bowed their heads in agreement upon hearing Lin's words. And Lin looked up into the sky and stamped his foot down onto the ground. He pointed a finger at the sky as he announced, Now let the night descend once again. The light in the sky faded as his voice fell. The sky turned into night again, and the dazzling starry sky appeared once again as the power of the stars descended upon the world. Countless dark-winged tribe cultivators were stunned by this miraculous scene, and their eyes became even more scorching and yearning as they looked at Enlil. That was the spokesperson of God, the life form closest to this world. If they were to get closer to him, wouldn't that be the same as getting closer to this world? The dark wing race actually had an instinctive yearning for the sky, and this instinct was magnified immensely upon seeing Enlil. Even the emperor of the Anling Empire no longer looked at Enlil with hatred. Instead, his gaze was filled with fanaticism and respect. He suddenly said, "From today onward, if divine spokesperson Enlil has any requests, the Darkwing tribe will be willing to risk our lives to assist you." All of the Darkwing tribe cultivators replied in unison, "We are willing to die for him." And Lin's heart jolted. He hadn't expected the Darkwing tribe's attitude to change so quickly. His expression was calm as he nodded and said, "All right, your performance is not bad. I came here to make you realize the reality. I will come again in the future." His body transformed into a cloud of mist and disappeared as he spoke. All of the Darkwing tribe cultivators revered Enlil as if he were a god, and they all bowed respectfully in the direction of his disappearing figure. In the air several kilometers away from the floating continent, Enlil's figure reappeared. He heaved a long sigh of relief as a sense of elation washed over his entire body. "Little Na, it was great to have your cooperation. Even I can't help but give myself full marks for that performance." And Lin praised, "Hee, as long as you're happy, Giant Enlil. This level of performance is nothing to me." Tina's pleasant voice sounded beside his ear. She was clearly having a lot of fun as well. "What's next? Which tribe should we go to?" Let's go to the Dragon tribe." Thus, within the luxurious Dragon Palace, and Lin manipulated countless bolts of lightning in front of all of the dragons, and the Dragon tribe was completely won over. On an island that was enshrouded in holy clouds, and Lin overturned the ocean and caused the sun and moon to rotate in front of a group of mermaids, handsome fish, and turtles. He had truly stepped onto the divine altar and was revered as the priest of God. In a region where countless sharp mountain peaks towered into the clouds, and Lin stepped forward, and the earth quaked as he soared into the heavens. The golden power of the earth enshrouded his body, making him appear as if he were a giant that could shake heaven and earth. All of the Stone tribe cultivators gave Enlil a thumbs up. At the Holy Martial Clan drill ground, one Holy Martial Clan powerful being after another jumped out to challenge Enlil to a one-on-one battle. However, they were all crushed by Enlil, and this tribe was completely subdued. In the harsh environment of the border region, Enlil displayed a frying pan dish in front of the True Demon tribe cultivators. General Hong Tsang and the other True Demon tribe cultivators had tears streaming down their faces as they ate. All of the True Demon tribe cultivators felt that this dish could only be found in the heavens, and there was no doubt that Enlil was the spokesperson of God. Beside a vast spirit lake, Enlil explained to all of the snake spirits how living beings could live in harmony with nature. Not only was he extremely attuned to the Tao of life, but he was also able to create a spirit land with ease, which all of the snake spirits worshipped. The Vermilion Bird tribe was a bit more difficult to communicate with. Firstly, they were extremely proud and disrespectful to heaven and earth. Secondly, they were quite unrestrained and liked freedom. Their population was very scattered, and they didn't have any fixed tribes. Thinking back, Enlil and Tina had to forcefully capture the Vermilion Bird tribe firebirds and mate with them. Only then were they able to give birth to offspring. In the end, Enlil had to ask Tina to cooperate and forcefully drag several thousand Vermilion Bird tribe firebirds to a certain place using her spatial manipulation technique. There was no helping it. If he had to find them one by one, Enlil would die of exhaustion. Enlil suddenly appeared amid the thousands of dumbstruck firebirds. His body was enshrouded in the holy vermilion flames, and he clasped his hands behind his back like a high and mighty god as he announced to the thousands of firebirds, "My name is Enlin, and I used a spell technique to summon all of you here to tell you that I am now the spokesperson of God. Let's get to know each other first." All of the firebirds. It had to be said that the holy vermilion flames were very useful. All of the firebirds were cursing in their hearts. But for some reason, they were still struck by a sense of reverence and awe toward the flames around Enlin's body. Enlin could borrow the power of the holy vermilion flames for a short period of time, which was the power of their ancestor. So these proud firebirds were just barely able to accept Enlin's existence. Thus, spokesperson Enlin successfully traveled through the 9 tribes and the human race, leaving behind an indelible mark in the hearts of all of the 9 tribes. Time slowly passed by. Tina's time acceleration could only be maintained at a speed of 1,000-fold, and Enlin would visit the 9 tribes from time to make his presence known. He would also occasionally beat up a few rebellious firebirds, but he didn't make any announcements. 3 years later, lightning suddenly crackled in the celestial ground that Tina had created. Vital energy surged, and 5-colored light erupted for tens of thousands of feet. "Giant Enlin, I'll take you to the celestial ground. A treasure nurtured by heaven and earth has appeared." Tina's elated and excited voice sounded, and Enlin shuddered as he drank tea with Adam and Eve. Chapter 662. A treasure nurtured by heaven and earth? This was the first time this had ever happened, and Enlin was extremely excited. This was the first time Tina had told him about a treasure descending upon this world, and it had appeared in the celestial ground, which was much earlier than he had anticipated. "Let's go. Take me there." He suddenly stood up. Then, under the watchful eyes of Adam and Eve, his body slowly dissipated into specks of gold. As expected of divine spokesperson Enlin, the way he left was truly eye-opening. Eve's eyes glowed with envy as she stared at the man who had come and gone like the wind. Enlin was still in Chi-Lu City 1 second, and in the next he had arrived at a mysterious place on the continent. This place was separated by the laws of heaven and earth. So even though it existed in this world, it was also separated from the rest of the world. "Let's go, Giant Enlin." Tina held onto Enlin's hand with a wide grin as the two of them ran toward a certain direction. The two of them passed through a meadow of fresh flowers. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and butterflies danced in the air. A few small white beasts were scared away by the sudden commotion, and a gray bear with a powerful aura picked its nose in confusion. Enlin and Tina ran for a short distance before arriving at an area that was littered with 5-colored crystals. "Wow, is that the rock in the middle?" Enlin pointed at the ordinary-looking rock at the center of the crystals with excitement in his eyes. There were so many beautiful crystals surrounding it, so it was far too different from the rest. Even if it didn't have any special characteristics, it still stood out from the rest. "Yes, that's it." Tina waved a hand, and the round black and white rock landed in her palm. Enlin also laid a hand on it to find that its surface was a little rough, and it was no different from a rock on the side of the road. Furthermore, he couldn't sense any energy, fluctuations from it. "What is this? Is it really a treasure?" Enlin was perplexed. "Don't worry, I haven't consecrated it yet." Tina replied with a serious expression. "Consecrated it?" Enlin's lips twitched. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious." Tina nodded with a serious expression. Her gem-like eyes shone brightly as she held the stone in her hands and began to chant something. "Enlin." A few seconds later, a pillar of golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Enlin and Tina. The black and white stone suddenly shattered and the broken stone pieces fell off. A crystal-clear, spotlessly white bead appeared before the two of them. Enlin stared at the bead. Although it was pure and translucent, upon closer inspection, he could see many different colors within it. It was holy and flawless, yet dreamy and mesmerizing at the same time, making one feel as if they were falling into a trance. What do you think? I've been blessed. Isn't it different now? Tina asked with a smug expression, and Lynn took a deep breath and said, I think even a pig can become more powerful than Zhu Beiji after being blessed by the god of creation, right? Tina could tell what Lynn was implying, and she pouted. What do you mean? This stone was a treasure to begin with. I've only awakened it earlier than expected. And Lynn stroked Tina's soft golden hair with a smile on his face. All right, I trust little Na. Hurry up and tell me what this treasure is used for. Tina's interest was immediately piqued at the mention of treasures, and all of her previous frustrations were completely forgotten. She held the white bead in her hands, and a mesmerizing smile appeared on her face as she stared at Lynn with a scorching light in her eyes. Why don't you give it a try first? And Lynn's expression shifted slightly as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. How? Stand here and don't move. Then I'll get away from you. Tina retreated over 100 meters, like a feather, and Lynn felt like this sentence was a little familiar, but he didn't think too much about it. He stood obediently on the spot and stared at Tina's retreating figure. Please take this, Giant and Lynn. Tina suddenly turned around before hurling the white ball toward Lynn. The white ball pierced through space before crashing directly toward Lynn. And Lynn's pupils contracted, and he was just about to react, but the ball was simply too fast. He didn't even have a chance to evade before his body was struck by the white ball. The terrifying impact that he was anticipating didn't occur. The white ball crashed into Lynn's stomach before landing on the ground like a naughty girl who had tossed a ball at Lynn. And Lynn, he was just about to say something when he heard Tina burst into laughter before pointing a finger at Lynn. Get into the ball. And Lynn. A crack suddenly appeared on the white ball, and a colorful light erupted from within before enshrouding Lynn within. Then, the space around him began to warp, and Lynn was completely defenseless, and he was instantly transported into a vast expanse of white space. And Lynn stared at the space before him with astonishment on his face. Could this be? That's right, you've been sealed in the ball. Tina's pleasant voice sounded, and Lynn, for some reason, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu. Was this AF * King Pokeball? It had to be, right? Was she trying to bully him because he hadn't seen Pokemon before? He wasn't a Pokemon. If he really wanted to play, he could go capture a Pikachu. And Lynn's expression darkened. He felt like he had become Tina's pet. And then, Little Na, what else can this ball do? It's useless. This is a high-grade spatial artifact that can imprison enemies in this space. After that, I can project my power into this space to attack my enemies. Tina explained. What are the conditions? And Lynn continued. Tina fell into deep thought before replying. As long as your cultivation base is higher than your enemies, you can use this ball to trap them. And Lynn's chest constricted, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He could only use this ball to trap his enemy with a higher cultivation base? What a joke! He was a super freak who could kill enemies of a higher cultivation base than him. Why the F * CK would he take an opponent with a lower cultivation base than him seriously? I can instantly kill an existence that can suck the enemy into the ball. Okay. Great, another useless treasure. However, it seemed like Tina could use it for herself. Taking a return to Void Stage, Cultivator wasn't a bad deal. And Lynn asked Tina to release him with a disappointed expression. He didn't take the white ball. Instead, he told Tina to play with it. Giant and Lynn, what do you think we should name this treasure? Tina asked with elation as she held the white ball in her hands. She was clearly very fond of it. Let's call it a Pokeball, and Lynn replied expressionlessly. Pokeball. Tina's eyes lit up with a smile. I'm a fairy, and my ball contains my pet. What a good name, as expected of a prodigy in Lynn. And Lynn's lips twitched as he chuckled along with her. Just like that, the first treasure of this world, the Pokeball, fell into the hands of Goddess of Creation, Tina. Chapter 663. and Lin and Tina made their way out of the holy ground cultivation base. Aside from that treasure, there were only some spirit fruits and spirit medicines, but there were no immortal rank treasures. They didn't harvest any of those spirit items. Instead, they chose to preserve their spiritual aura in hopes that those items would evolve again after being baptized by time. Tina and Lin left the divine mirror world together after making their way out of the celestial ground. A faint light flashed past, and Lin slowly opened his eyes to find that he was lying on the city wall. There were defensive spell formations set up around him. This should be the designated return point. A beautiful woman was sitting in front of him with her hands resting on her cheeks as she looked out at the boundless black earth in the distance. She twirled a few strands of hair around her with a bored expression on her face, and she looked just as beautiful as ever. And Lin was a little entranced, and only slowly got up after a long while. Tina had already fallen into a deep sleep beside him, and his sudden movement attracted Su Xiaolan's attention. Su Xiaolan turned to Lin with a smile. "You're finally back. How does it feel to enter that world with your physical body?" And Lin smiled. "It feels great. It's the same feeling as when I went to the ancient Tai Chu realm, and because of Little Na, I can do whatever I want." Little Na said that she can try to teleport you guys into that world as well when she's more familiar with the teleportation technique. That world has a different kind of excitement to it. Sure, I'm looking forward to that day. Su Xiaolan had wanted to enter that world for a long time. She was very interested in a brand new world. "By the way, how many days have I been in that world?" 2.5 days. Sigh, half of the end-of-term examinations have already passed. There's basically nothing left for us to do now. If everything goes according to plan, we'll be standing guard on the city wall until the end of the examinations. I wonder how Little Ku and Mai are doing. Are they the new blood tribe underlings you mentioned? I really want to see them. The two of them chatted on top of the city wall. The night breeze blew past, making the atmosphere particularly pleasant. At the same time, in the center of the dark marshlands, bolts of golden void lightning fell from the sky, creating a thunderous boom akin to the roar of a massive dragon. Not long after, the thunderclouds began to disperse. A man with short golden hair and a delicate face stood up on the blood-colored altar. There was an unconcealable joy on his face. The sacred leader's blood is indeed useful. I've really avoided the blood demon tribulation. Merlin. Cassidy made her way toward him with a smile on her face. Congratulations on your successful tribulation transcendence. Congratulations. Tobias also stepped forward to offer his congratulations. The golden-haired man was none other than Merlin, who had successfully progressed to the return to void intermediate stage. Merlin could sense the vast power surging through his body, and he exclaimed with excitement, "We really are different. My life force has been elevated to a higher level, and we're different from those lowly blood tribe cultivators." "Shh, keep your voice down," Cassidy chided. They were currently in the holy land of the blood tribe. This was the true holy land, the place where the blood tribe patriarchs cultivated. This place contained opportunities that were unimaginable to normal blood tribe cultivators, and only the holy disciples had the right to cultivate or search for opportunities here. Merlin had found his opportunity here, and he was only able to make his breakthrough after his body had been purified by the sacred leader's blood. "Did anything happen while I was in seclusion?" An awkward smile appeared on Merlin's face. "Something earth-shattering has happened." Cassidy furrowed her brows in a mysterious manner. "Emperor Meng and Emperor Tianhuang of the Celestial Court battled in our dark marshlands. Who do you think is the source of this incident?" Merlin drew a sharp intake of breath. A battle between two Dao integration stage super mighty figures was something that only happened once every 100 years, so it had to be a very important event. He couldn't wait to say, "Don't keep me guessing. Tell me, tell me." This incident was triggered by the death of the Dark Poison Lord. After that, Ladin went to avenge the Dark Poison Lord. In the end, he encountered a black dragon and a soul formation stage man riding atop a black brick at Huang Quan City. Cassidy recounted in a slow voice. Merlin's breathing had already become heavier and heavier upon hearing this. At this moment, Tobias spoke. According to the information provided by our scouts at Huang Quan City, the battle at the time was extremely intense. Ladin was pummeled to the point of exploding by that mysterious man, and he was in an extremely pitiful state. News of this has spread like wildfire throughout the Blood Tribe, and his reputation has been completely tarnished. Even though Tobias was saying that Ladin was in a very pitiful state, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. After that, Ladin was hunted down by Emperor Tianhuang for over 10,000 kilometers. Even though he managed to escape with his life, he was severely wounded, and his Tao Foundation was injured as well. He's currently in seclusion to recover from his injuries. Should we do something? Cassidy's eyes lit up with excitement. So, it's the Holy Leader. The Holy Leader is mighty. Merlin immediately knew who they were talking about, and he exclaimed with excitement on his face. A black dragon riding atop a black brick and a soul formation stage cultivator who pummeled the crap out of Ladin. Only their Holy Leader and Lin could do such a thing. Do you mean visit Ladin? Tobias' eyes flashed as he asked in a low voice. That's right. Even though he was taught a lesson by the Holy Leader, he's still very resentful, and he won't rest until he's dead. It's best to eliminate an enemy like him as soon as possible. Cassidy was truly thinking for Lin's sake. She had considered this matter for a long time, but she still hadn't changed her mind. However, Merlin shook his head. There's no hurry. What I'm worried about is that if we kill the young one, the old one will come after us. Emperor Yi Deng dotes on Ladin the most. So if Ladin is killed, Emperor Yi Deng will definitely be enraged. Furthermore, Emperor Yi Deng is far too powerful, so if we go too far and get discovered, we'll all be screwed. I think we should discuss this matter with the Holy Leader before making a decision. Seeing as that's the case, let's use the excuse of stabilizing the development of our sect to leave the Holy Land for a while before meeting up with the Holy Leader in secret? Tobias suggested. All right, I'll bring the cursed star blood sword. Cassidy nodded. Then I'll also bring the dead spirit bead, Merlin chimed in. I'll bring a drop of the blood, Patriarch's blood, Tobias replied. All three of them were holy disciples, and they had all encountered many opportunities in the Holy Land. Now, they were going to bring their treasures and follow Lin to battle again. Dark marshlands, purple snow mountain, a gargantuan crimson formation stretched for over 50 kilometers. The naked man meditated atop the formation, and a steady stream of blood energy converged toward his body to repair his injuries. However, a certain power of the divine Tao, which was the purest form of yang energy, was relentlessly corroding his body like a bone-deep ulcer. The latest information had arrived, and the man already knew who had reduced him to this state. And Lin, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 664. Within the dark marshlands, 3 black mosquitoes concealed their auras as they flew toward the gargantuan city on the ground. Their bodies were completely inky black, and they pierced through space. They appeared to be moving very slowly, but they were actually flying toward their destination at an extremely fast speed. All of a sudden, a pair of eyes flashing with lightning appeared in the sky. That pair of eyes seemed to be imbued with peerless lightning, as if it were an immortal spirit that ruled over all lightning looking down upon ants. The terrifying might emanating from that pair of eyes seemed to be threatening to annihilate the 3 mosquitoes. The 3 mosquitoes were scared ****, and froze on the spot, not daring to move. Hold on, Senior. We are Lin's servants. One of the mosquitoes reacted extremely quickly and explained in a respectful voice. The pair of intimidating eyes stared at them for a moment before disappearing, as if nothing had happened. The 3 mosquitoes heaved a collective sigh of relief and looked at one another with lingering fear in their hearts before continuing toward Huang Quan City. The weather was quite good today, and the sun was shining brightly. And Lin stood outside Huang Quan City, facing an extremely handsome man. Then, a few hundred meters away, there are a lot of onlookers, looking nervously at the two men in the middle. Big Brother Chung, don't panic. And Lin pulled out his chaotic alloy brick. Xianyuan Chung looked at Lin with a speechless expression. Please don't panic, classmate Lin. Your skin is so thick. You really won't die from the explosion. It's not the same. Even if I don't die from the explosion, it'll still hurt. I'm very sensitive, Lin retorted. Big Brother Chung, slowly unleash your domain. Imagine the beautiful world in your heart and recite the core values of socialism. Don't get too excited. He spoke with a serious expression. Xianyuan Chung felt like he had nothing better to do anyway, so he might as well ask Lin for help in perfecting his domain. After all, once one reached the soul formation stage, their domain would be completely fixed. He wanted to see if he could reverse the style of his domain. Xianyuan Cheng's heart stirred, and a white energy instantly enshrouded an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet. The domain was like a viscous barrier of air. It was like a cloud and mist that changed unpredictably. It contained the realm of the birth of all living beings and carried an extremely strong aura of life. The dry and cracked ground was affected by this domain. Small green sprouts sprouted, creating a scene of peace and vitality. And Lin poked his head out from the top of the black brick and encouraged, very good. Maintain this state of mind and don't get angry. Big Brother Cheng, this is exactly what you're lacking. When some of the female students saw Xianyuan Cheng's white robes fluttering in the wind, they couldn't help but be fascinated by him. In terms of looks, Big Brother Cheng was definitely the most handsome person in the United University of Cultivation, and Lin gulped and didn't dare to slack off. Then, Big Brother Cheng, I'll increase my strength. All right, student Lin, you do it. Xianyuan Cheng's breathing was a little hurried, and he was obviously a little nervous. Take this, Big Brother Cheng. And Lin roared as he launched a fist toward Xianyuan Cheng. The fist tore through the air toward Xianyuan Cheng. Xianyuan Cheng unleashed his Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi to deflect Lin's attack, blasting a crater several dozen meters in diameter into the ground behind him. Student Lin, don't hold back. Put more power into it. All right, Big Brother Cheng, hang in there. I'm going to put more power into it. Bam, 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 and Lin began to activate his Earth Lotus Supreme skill, and bursts of golden light exploded forth. Xianyuan Cheng swung his long sword through the air to defend against Lin's ferocious attacks. He would occasionally retaliate, but his sword was unable to slice through Lin's body. Big Brother Cheng, I'm going to electrocute you. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. Xianyuan Cheng was unable to evade in time, and his left shoulder was punctured by the bolt of lightning. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his skin was charred black. And Lin's heart throbbed as he sensed this explosive power, and he really wanted to unleash a devastating attack of his own. However, he forcibly repressed this urge. And Lin gripped the black brick with one hand while unleashing spell techniques with the other. Xianyuan Cheng was being dominated by Lin this entire time, and his domain was slowly becoming unstable. Big Brother Cheng, calm down and take deep breaths. And Lin cautioned, don't say anything. Hit me. Xianyuan Cheng's eyes burned with a scorching light, and Lin was terrified upon seeing Xianyuan Cheng's current state, and he didn't dare to exert any more force into his attacks. He unwittingly relaxed a little, and even the amount of divine sense he was using to control the black brick also began to increase. Student Lin, why are you becoming more and more gentle? I want an attack that's as aggressive as fire. I want to fight to my heart's content. Xianyuan Cheng began to attack more and more frequently, and his intricate sword strikes were imbued with golden light that enshrouded Lin's body. The sharp sword strikes pulverized the earth around them, and their power became more and more fearsome. In the face of Xianyuan Cheng's unreasonable demands, and Lin gritted his teeth and decided to comply after a brief internal struggle. Big Brother Cheng, I'm going to be a little more violent from now on, so be careful. Bring it on. Xianyuan Cheng felt like he was in a very good state, and his control over his domain had improved significantly. However, right at this moment, a scorching arrow of flames pierced through the air, leaving a twisted trajectory in its wake as it pierced through Xianyuan Cheng's domain before striking his chest. Xianyuan Cheng reacted extremely quickly, and his sword was like flowing white water that deflected everything in its path. However, in the instant that his long sword came into contact with the arrow of flames, scorching flames instantly spread along the blade of the sword before enveloping Xianyuan Cheng's body. Light and heat wreaked havoc, and an aura of violence and destruction violently stimulated Xianyuan Cheng's body. It was as if he had been struck by a certain sensitive nerve, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, just as all of the students were watching the intense battle unfold. 3 mosquitoes flew toward the battlefield in a stealthy manner. Wow, the holy leader's clothes have been sliced open. His body is so hot. Mosquito, Ku exclaimed. Keep your voice down, Cassidy. We're going to give the holy leader a surprise. Mosquito, Mai urged. Mosquito Ta was a little hesitant. Won't our sudden appearance scare the holy leader? I think it's better for us to appear out in the open. It feels a little weird like this. That won't happen. If we hug the holy leader like this, we'll even be able to kiss his skin. Mosquito spoke in a gentle voice that was filled with scorching emotions. Brilliant. So that's what you're planning, Cassidy. I was wondering why you suggested appearing before the holy leader as a mosquito. Mosquito, Mai buzzed with approval. Mosquito Ta thought about it for a moment, but he was still unable to resist the temptation of the holy blood, so he chose to remain silent. Thus, the 3 mosquitoes slowly approached Lin and entered the battlefield. Ah, and Lin, I can't hold back anymore. A loud shout suddenly sounded, carrying a type of hearty emotion that wanted to be released, giving the 3 mosquitoes a fright. Immediately afterward, a boundless explosion of flames engulfed the 3 mosquitoes. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted into the heavens, and the earth tremored violently. The destructive explosion pulverized the ground within a radius of over a kilometer, and the terrifying shock waves caused the earth to rise into the air. A fiery mushroom cloud finally appeared on the ground. Chapter 665. All of the students were already prepared, and they unleashed all types of defensive spell techniques in the instant that the explosion erupted. They were situated at the edge of the explosion, so they received the least amount of damage. And Lin, who was situated at the center of the explosion, was given a huge fright. Thankfully, he had the chaotic alloy brick and reacted extremely quickly, allowing him to hide behind the black brick in the instant that Big Brother Cheng self-detonated. The destructive explosion came and went just as quickly. When everyone turned their eyes toward the center of the battle again, the mushroom cloud had already been destroyed by Xianyuan Cheng's spell techniques. His handsome face was completely black, and his white robe was in tatters. He coughed as he made his way toward Lin. Classmate Lin, are you all right? And Lin poked his head out from behind the black brick. There was some dust on his face, but he wasn't injured. He shook his head. I'm fine, but are you injured, Big Brother Cheng? Xianyuan Cheng shook his head with a smile. I can still fight. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. You're still going to fight. Cough, cough, cough. A crisp cough suddenly sounded, as if someone had choked on a cloud of dust. And Lin and Xianyuan Cheng were both given a fright by this cough. They immediately turned toward an area about 10 meters away from them, upon which they discovered 3 unidentified red-robed figures sprawled on the ground. Who's there? And Lin immediately pulled out his evil-slaying sword at the sight of these unidentified red-robed figures. However, he suddenly felt a certain connection. This was the type of connection that he had overlooked due to his nervousness. It was a contractual connection. "It's me, Holy Leader." A woman who was covered in dust, but still couldn't hide her stunning beauty, stood up from the ground and smiled with some embarrassment. "Long time no see, Holy Leader. I didn't think we would meet here." Merlin also extended a greeting with a smile. "That's right, Holy Leader. What a coincidence! What a splendid, welcoming ceremony." Tobias chuckled awkwardly, but he was still very polite. "And Lin, why are you guys here?" The arrival of the 3 servants interrupted the competition. In the courtyard of the city lord of Huangquan City, Dabai, Xiao Chou, Su Xiaolan, and Shen Yuancheng were looking at the 3 extraordinary beings before them with curiosity and excitement on their faces. "Are you the blood breeds who signed a slave contract with Enlin?" Su Xiaolan's gaze swept across the 3 blood breeds, and a hint of dignity appeared on her beautiful face. "Yes, my name is Cassidy. Greetings, Saintess." Merlin pays his respects to the Holy Maiden. Tobias pays his respects to the Holy Maiden. When the 3 of them saw Su Xiaolan, they saluted at the same time. "What the hell is a Saintess?" Su Xiaolan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Enlin is our Holy Leader, so you're naturally our Holy Maiden. The Holy Leader and Holy Maiden are a match made in heaven." Cassidy replied with a serious expression. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she glowered at Enlin with an angry expression, as if she was blaming Enlin's underling for being so direct with his words. The flying sword god massaged his brows. "Speaking of which, weren't you 2 chosen to be the holy disciples of the blood tribe? Is it really appropriate to refer to Enlin and Su Xiaolan as such? I feel like our relationship is a little messy." There was something else that he didn't say. From the way they were referring to each other, it sounded like the Holy Leader and Holy Maiden had given birth to a holy disciple. What a harmonious family! "Tui, the so-called holy disciple is nothing. It's just an empty title. We only follow Master and are proud to be Master's underlings." Tobias spoke with a heroic expression. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Were Enlin's servants all this loyal? Waves of shock surged through the flying sword god's heart as an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. These were the holy disciples of the blood tribe. They were beings who had been acknowledged by the blood patriarch, and their status in the blood tribe was comparable to that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Shen Yuancheng, Su Qianyun, and the others had also heard of the legends of the holy disciples of the blood tribe, but they didn't think that the 3 new holy disciples would all be Enlin's servants, and they viewed fame and fortune as nothing more than **T. Their mouths gaped open involuntarily upon seeing this, and they felt as if their horizons had been broadened. And Lin spoke with a smile. "In any case, it's fantastic news that you were able to become the holy disciples, so I'll have to congratulate you in advance." Cassidy's seductive eyes twinkled as she asked in a gentle voice, "Then, Holy Leader, seeing as you've already congratulated us, would you like to give us a piece of good news as well?" Merlin and Tobias' eyes lit up at the same time, and they nodded emphatically. "Yes, yes, yes. That's a good idea." And Lin knew what they wanted, but a hesitant expression appeared on his face. "Do you know how the Dark Poison Lord died? You killed him." Cassidy didn't know why Enlin was suddenly asking this, but she still made a guess after a moment of hesitation. "No, he was poisoned to death by his own blood." And Lin replied with a solemn expression. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias, could it be that the Dark Poison Lord was too weak? Tobias asked with difficulty, "Or maybe it's because I've become more powerful." And Lin looked at the 3 of them with a serious expression. "My blood purification ability is too powerful, so you might not be able to handle it either." Everyone fell silent again. This was a matter of life and death, so they had to consider this carefully. "I think we should find a blood tribe mighty figure to test out our firepower first," Merlin spoke in a solemn voice. The Dark Poison Lord is only at the Return to Void initial stage, so we should find a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void initial stage or Return to Void intermediate stage to test out our firepower. Tobias said, I have suitable candidates in the Divine Disc League. And Lin also wanted to know what was going on with his blood, so he nodded. How about this? I'll give little Ku and little my 5 milliliters of holy blood each, and you'll give Tobias 10 milliliters of holy blood. You guys can test it out first, and you can also recruit powerful holy blood cult candidates from the blood tribe. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias' bodies trembled with excitement. We're willing to die for the holy leader. To be able to obtain so much divine blood was far beyond their expectations. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, and the others all stared at the conversation taking place before them with dumbstruck expressions. They could understand everything that was being said, but they had no idea what they were talking about. What Saint Blood? What developing the downline? It sounded so high-end. By the way, Holy Leader, there's something else, Cassidy suddenly said. What is it? It's about Layden. He's been severely wounded and is currently recuperating on the Purple Snow Mountain. Everyone's hearts jolted upon hearing this information. It could be said that Layden was a man who had brought them nightmarish experiences. He possessed a super powerful being at the Return to Void pinnacle stage, and he could destroy an entire city with a wave of his hand. If it weren't for Xiao Zhe and Enlin fighting for their lives, they would have most likely all perished in Huangquan City. And Lin had never been one to back down. His disciple had been bullied so badly by Layden, so he was naturally going to return the favor. What do you think, Holy Leader? Tobias turned to Enlin to see what Enlin was thinking. This is a good opportunity. We can't let it slip by. And Lin's eyes flashed with monstrous battle intent. Chapter 666. And Lin, don't forget that Layden is the son of Emperor Yideng. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly as she spoke with a concerned expression. She believed that Enlin had the power to fight Layden, but the fact that Layden had a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure backing him was simply too terrifying. There's nothing I can do. There are so many people in Huangquan City, and my identity will be exposed sooner or later. Even if I don't go looking for them, they'll come looking for me anyway, so I might as well take advantage of this opportunity and take down one boss at a time. And Lin was quite open-minded about this, and his fighting spirit soared. Then what do we do? Layden has many life-saving trump cards, and even Emperor Tian Huang would find it difficult to kill him in a short time. What do we have to do to kill him? Don't forget that Layden is located in the central region of the Dark Marshlands. You have to kill him before reinforcements arrive while concealing your identities. I hope you can reconsider just how powerful this task will be. The Flying Sword God was aware of the situation, and it was exactly because of this that he didn't want Enlin to take this risk. This was indeed a very difficult mission. Even though Layden was severely wounded, he was still a powerful being at the Return to Void pinnacle stage. He would most likely be able to unleash his full power for a short period of time, so killing him would not be an easy task. How about we use our holy blood to recruit him into our church? Merlin suggested after a brief hesitation, and Lin immediately shook his head. No, our holy blood church is not a place that just anyone can join. Layden almost killed my friend and disciple, so he can only die. How domineering. The 3 blood tribe cultivators shuddered as they stared at Enlin with scorching eyes, as if his entire body was glowing with light. Cassidy spoke. I obtained the cursed star blood sword from the Holy Land. It can temporarily suppress Layden's monstrous life force and deprive him of his blood rebirth ability. Merlin also spoke. I obtained the dead spirit bead from the Holy Land. It can use the power of one's consciousness to unleash an extremely powerful trapping formation. Even if Layden were to use his power of the divine Tao, he would find it difficult to break out of it in a short time. Tobias also spoke with a serious expression. I have a drop of the Blood Patriarch's blood, and I can fuse it into a spell technique. Using my status as a holy disciple, I can borrow the power of the Blood Patriarch to unleash an attack comparable to that of a Tao integration stage mighty figure. When everyone heard this, their spirits were lifted. So you have such a bad *SS treasure? And Lin was astonished. The 3 Blood Clan underlings were delighted to receive the sacred Lord's praise. Using a treasure obtained from a holy land to deal with the most popular candidate for the position of holy disciple. What an impressive move! Su Xiaolan also felt that fate was an indescribable thing, and she praised. The 3 Blood Clan underlings were all smiles after receiving the saintess praise. So many powerful trump cards, including the enfeeblement, control, and execution techniques. Our plan to kill Layden is finally going to be a success. And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. He was clearly unable to repress the excitement in his heart. But very quickly he fell silent again. No, the problem of concealment is a little difficult to solve. If your actions are discovered by others, you won't be able to stay in the dark marshlands anymore. It's a rare opportunity to become a saint. We can't waste it. The 3 of them instantly became anxious upon hearing this. All enemies who violate the holy leader must die. This is a principle, Tobias replied. That's right. Cassidy nodded in agreement. Holy leader, we're willing to make such a small sacrifice for you. How can these opportunities compare to the opportunity to follow the holy leader? We're willing to do so. Merlin also spoke with a serious expression, and Lin didn't say anything. Just because the 3 Blood Clan underlings didn't mind, it didn't mean that he didn't mind. He knew very well what this opportunity to become a holy disciple meant to the Blood tribe mighty figures. This was an opportunity that even Tao integration stage mighty figures would be envious of. Even if his underlings were willing to follow him to the celestial court after completing this mission, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Just as he was fretting over how to make things more discreet, a white crane suddenly flew down from the sky above the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh! The cry of a crane broke the silence, and Lin and the others looked up into the sky to discover that the white crane was circling in the air above the courtyard. It was a graceful bird with a pristine white body. Its white feathers shimmered under the sunlight, giving it a sense of nobility and ethereality. That's right, this white crane was very beautiful, provided that one ignored its eyes that were larger than watermelons. Everyone stared at this strange-looking white crane as if there were 10,000 alpacas stampeding over their hearts. This was far too bizarre, and Lin suddenly came to a realization upon seeing this white crane, and he immediately realized who the owner of this white crane was. There was no helping it. This was a unique characteristic. Bam! The white crane suddenly exploded into a puddle of ink. A pair of watermelon-sized eyes fell to the ground and rolled over to Lin's feet before blinking innocently. This was a very demonic scene. Be careful, holy leader! That's a bomb. What kind of freak dares to pull such a stunt here? Hurry! We have to get away from those eyes. It must be some kind of curse technique. 3 Blood tribe cultivators rushed in front of Lin and shielded him from the pair of eyes with grave expressions. There's no need. Aside from being a little ugly, I feel like it's harmless. And Lin pushed aside the 3 people in front of him and picked up the pair of large eyes. This was undoubtedly the work of Lin Junjun, the piggy bank girl. No, holy leader! Danger! However, they had only just finished speaking when the pair of eyes exploded. Bam! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. 10 black robes with a label on them suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. One-time concealment robes, able to resist the pollution of the dark marshlands and escape detection by Tao integration stage mighty figures, exclusive to the celestial arch. Shelf life of 3 days. And Lin recited the description on the label. Everyone was dumbstruck, and they couldn't believe their ears. Classmate and Lin, what did you say? Exclusive to the celestial arch. Xianyuan Cheng was astonished. These aura concealment robes really are timely help. Could it be that the celestial Darch already knows what we're trying to do? Is he really that powerful? Flying Sword God was in disbelief. At this moment, Cassidy was a little hesitant. I think our arrival must have been discovered by a certain mighty figure from your celestial court, which is why they were able to deduce this. She told everyone about her encounter with those terrifying eyes when she transformed into a mosquito. Everyone came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. So Emperor Tian Huang found out about this and informed the Celestial Darch? It looks like the Celestial Court has given their tacit approval for this operation. They're even airdropping equipment, so they must have given their tacit approval. Then should we do it? Let's do it. What's there to be afraid of? This is a rare opportunity. After a short discussion, Lin and the others came to an agreement, and the plan to assassinate Layden officially began. Chapter 667. Heavenly Courts. In a side hall of the Royal Extreme Sky Hall, a beautiful woman held a paintbrush in her hand, and a certain image on a piece of white paper slowly disappeared. Father, Lin has already obtained those stealth robes, but are you really not going to do anything? What if we fail? He's a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage. The woman's brows were furrowed with concern. A faint smile appeared on the yellow-robed man's face. Don't worry, little Z. Don't you trust him? A faint blush appeared on the young woman's face. I'm not worried about him. Also, why should I trust him? I'm just worried that he'll die before we can obtain any information about the Purple Star ruins. The middle-aged man couldn't be bothered to respond to his daughter's explanation. It's not that we don't want to help Lin. It's just that if a Tao integration stage true God steps in, things will become more complicated. If the Blood Tribe decides to pursue this matter, it'll only bring harm to Lin. However, if this is a battle between juniors, then even if Layden dies, Emperor Yi Deng won't be able to do anything about it. Of course, if Emperor Yi Deng really wants to intervene, then the Celestial Court won't be able to hold back. Has Uncle Tian Huang gone over? The woman asked. That's right. He's at the border of the Dark Marshlands. And if a Tao integration stage mighty figure makes a move, he'll be the first to step in. And Lin is an exceptional talent that only appears once every 10,000 years. So we naturally have to take him seriously. A hint of approval appeared on the man's face as he spoke. The Celestial Darch was very pleased with how Ziwei had been pummeled during the battle at the Immortal Spirit Tower, Huangquan City. The candidates for the mission had already been confirmed. There were 10 robes, so they chose 10 people. Cassidy, Merlin, Tobias, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyan, and Flying Sword God. Tina's spatial abilities were very powerful, and she could take Lin and the others with her when necessary. As for Dabai, he decided not to ride the supreme mount for now, lest it be destroyed and he die. Everyone put on the black stealth robes, and their auras disappeared in an instant. Even their bodies merged with the surrounding environment, as if they were completely invisible. Even when the sun passed through their bodies, it did not leave a shadow on the ground. The cheats produced by the Celestial Darch were truly awesome. Let's go. Cassidy and the others stepped through space and led the way. The purple snow mountain of the Dark Marshlands. This didn't mean that the snow was purple, but that the mountains within a 1,000-mile radius were all purple. The earth veins contained extremely powerful Yin energy, causing the temperature in this area to drop drastically. The mountains were covered in snow all year round, and vampires rarely resided here. A crimson formation flickered in the middle of the mountains. Boundless blood qi and yin qi converged toward the center, healing a certain man's internal injuries. This handsome man with waist-length golden hair was none other than Layden, who had been severely wounded by Emperor Tian Huang. There were 60 Blood Tribe elites standing guard outside the formation, guarding the important nodes. These 60 people consisted of 46 spirit-nurturing stage mighty figures, 12 soul formation stage mighty figures, and 2 return to void stage mighty figures. Their positions were interconnected, so they would be able to react as quickly as possible if anything happened. Hey, little Ko, little Mai, little Pagoda, have you prepared your alibis? Don't worry, holy leader. We've already sent a clone back to the sect before coming to Huang Quan City. As long as it's not a Dao integration stage mighty figure, they won't be able to detect anything amiss with our clone. Wow. I want to learn a clone spell technique as well. This is an innate spell technique that only races with extremely powerful life force like us blood tribe have. We only discovered this innate spell technique in the Holy Land, and it has a lot of restrictions. Furthermore, we can't unleash it until we've reached the return to void stage. And Lin was quite disappointed to hear this, but he suddenly recalled that his divine liquid creation technique was also a clone mystic technique, and his disappointment subsided significantly. Master, this is a map of the locations of the strongholds. There are a total of 8 strongholds. At this moment, Tobias, who had transformed into a mosquito, returned. Their biggest problem now wasn't killing Layden, but rather how to kill him without alerting anyone. In order to achieve this, they had to kill all of the soldiers and bystanders before killing Layden in order to prevent them from alerting anyone to their whereabouts. Come, take some of my blood and smear it on your weapons. Any blood tribe cultivator below the return to void stage will die as soon as the blood touches their bodies. It's that powerful. Me too. Holy leader, what a waste. I'm so sorry. Thus, and Lin sacrificed another wave of blood for this operation. After analyzing the 8 strongholds, everyone decided to kill all 60 blood tribe cultivators at the same time, at the summit of a small mountain. 15 spirit-nurturing stage blood tribe cultivators and 3 soul formation stage blood tribe cultivators were surveying their surroundings, and not a single mosquito could escape their detection within a radius of 5 kilometers. However, a mosquito slowly flew above them before suddenly transforming into Merlin's appearance. It waved its crimson banner, and a black veil enshrouded all of the guards. Not a single sound could be heard. 10 spirit-nurturing stage blood tribe cultivators and 1 soul formation stage blood tribe cultivator were surveying the waters around them. A woman in a black robe stepped through the air, and a bright white moonlight materialized in the air as she slowly and soundlessly approached them. The immortal tool, the moonlight disk, left a bright blue trajectory in the air, and the air rippled as if a gentle breeze had swept past. 11 blood tribe cultivators were still chatting happily just a second ago, but their eyes suddenly widened as their bodies were sliced in half. The soul formation stage blood tribe cultivator was still alive, and the 2 halves of his body were still trying to fuse back together. However, right at this moment, the terrifying, purifying power from Enlin's blood obliterated all of the vitality within his body within an extremely spacious black fortress. A barrier of water enshrouded heaven and earth. Lightning flashed within the barrier, but there was no sound or energy fluctuations. Xiao Zhe had reduced the 4 soul formation stage cultivators and 12 spirit nurturing stage cultivators to ashes. On a sacrificial altar, a white flaming bird flew through the air, enveloping all of the blood tribe cultivators within it. A woman in a jade dress stood on the back of the flaming bird, and her dragon sparrow sword transformed into streaks of invisible light that reduced all of the trapped blood tribe cultivators into charred black corpses. Between 2 gargantuan snowy mountains, there was a bridge that spanned between the 2 mountains. Xian Yuan Cheng stepped forward, and clouds and mist suddenly appeared around him, isolating him from heaven and earth. The blood tribe cultivators discovered that something was amiss, and they were just about to spring into action when heaven and earth suddenly darkened. 6 strikes of the war god Shadow Tiger. The darkness receded, and all of the blood tribe cultivators were sliced apart by Enlin's blood-stained, evil-slaying sword. At the summit of another snowy mountain, sword immortaling Shao silently sliced 6 blood tribe cultivators into over 1,000 pieces. They couldn't be any more dead. At the same time, Cassidy, Tina, and Tobias also began to attack the two returned to Void stage mighty figures.